Welcome back to the second day of our retreat. I hope that all of us are still feeling the high off of our kickoff yesterday, where we were with Sarah Axon, David Hooker, Sam Owens, as we talked about opportunities here in Cobb for us to come together and prioritize the issues of the county and to emphasize communication in a framework or context of the complexity of the issues that we're addressing. Today, I'm pleased that we have representatives of the Al Burns Institute. We have Tyler. You're gonna have to pronounce your last name, Tyler.
You can 6 ways from Sunday. There's no problem.
Yes.
Ryan Eagle is the last name.
Yes, I know he's been very involved with reaching out to the public to let us know the good story of KSU. But he's also here representing the Burns Institute with our discussion here today. I'd also like to introduce Lyons, who I've been working with, who his outreach to me helped to involve in today's discussion. And the Burns Institute is no stranger to Cobb County. They've helped to work on many initiatives of ours and look forward to continuing to work with them. Before I have them come forward, though, I'm going to ask the commissioners to please indulge me in a moment of silence. There's a lot going on in our world right now with Russia invading Ukraine, and I think it's very important to just keep our world, Ukraine, in our thoughts and prayers for their safety. Pray for our leaders to start. There's going to be moment songs, and my moment songs I'm praying, and that's not my interest. It's for you to have your prayer. So if you don't mind, please let's go into a moment of silence. Thank you. All right, I'm going to turn things over to you, Tyler.
Great. Thank you so much, Chairwoman. Ross took care of it. All right, well, good morning, everyone. As the Chairwoman said, my name is Tyler Ryan Eagle. I am the Associate Vice President of Economic Development at Kennesaw State University. I'm very excited to be in this role. Before we launch into today's content, I want to just tell you a little bit about it because it's a big week for Kennesaw. As you saw, one of our graduates came in second in the national championship on Jeopardy! Very proud of him. Yes. But there's a lot more going on at Kennesaw State University. I joined the university about 8 months ago in the newly reconstituted role of Associate Vice President for Economic Development with the purpose of making sure we're getting the university's resources reinvested in the communities that built KSU into the school that it is today. Thinking back 60 years ago, KSU didn't even exist. Today, it's a research university. It's the second largest in the university system of Georgia. We've got almost 4,000 graduate students earning masters and PhDs and going into fields like engineering, computer science, and software engineering. So very exciting things going on at Kennesaw State University. I'm very excited to be in this role and making sure that we're getting back out into the community. And a part of that is working with the Burns Institute. The Burns Institute's been at KSU over 3 decades now. It has done a lot of work with public and nonprofit organizations in program evaluation, research, strategic planning, and forums like this where we can talk about communication and start to think about different perspectives and different approaches to how we may do our work. So we're going to kick off the day by talking about our objectives, make sure that we're all on the same proverbial page in terms of what exactly we want to accomplish today. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about both the implications of poor communication as well as kind of the communication process. We all know how to communicate. We all know how to talk. We all know how to type emails. We all know how to send text messages. But talk more kind of what goes into that. What is our perspective when we're communicating with folks? We'll do a few exercises to think about a little self-reflection, kind of get a sentiment of how we approach things, how our perspective really drives how and why we communicate with people. Then going to hand it over to my colleague Matt, who's going to talk to us about collective impact model, which is an area of research that he specializes in. And then we'll wrap up by talking about challenges in communication, and then think about norms that we can set for each other as we work as colleagues, as we work as professionals and staff and leadership positions, and just kind of setting those expectations for one another in a more agreeable way that will really benefit everyone. It's always an ongoing conversation. The dynamic of communication is always changing. The politics and social setting are always in flux. So keeping that in mind and being adaptable and responsive to those changes in the world around us is absolutely critical. So we'll wrap up after that once we've introduced those norms. So I'll pause here. Does anybody have any questions before we launch it? All right, hearing none. So 5 key objectives for this. Before lunch, we want to look to better understand and appreciate the perspectives and priorities of our colleagues, of our staff, and of our stakeholders. Whether those be constituents that voted or residents who live in the county, staff members who work with us at Kennesaw State University, or teachers that come into the county to teach at our schools, whoever those stakeholders may be, how do we better understand their approach and their take on what exactly it is they're doing? Second, we want to respond in a coordinated and calculated manner when engaging across issues and groups. Cobb County is huge. It is a dynamic place. I myself am a child of Cobb County, born at Keystone Hospital almost 4 decades ago at this point, and it is a fundamentally different place. 800,000 people strong, a lot going on. So thinking about different groups and different issues that we're tackling and how exactly we communicate with folks about that needs to be, as you see there, coordinated and calculated. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. Then we want to build awareness of our own obstacles in effective communication and sympathize, but not empathize necessarily. And I'll talk a lot more about the distinction between that probably on the backside of lunch as we move forward in today's presentation. But talking about sympathizing rather than empathizing with those colleagues and stakeholders we work with day in and day out. Fourth, we want to establish a mutual expectation of transparency and honesty while maintaining utmost professionalism and respect. Cornerstones of solid communication. The only way it's going to be sustainable, the only way it's really going to get us where we want to go is if it's both transparent and honest and professional and respectful. And then lastly, as I mentioned, we're going to wrap up the day by identifying and agreeing upon some expectations of one another in the work that we do, whether that's among the board members, with staff members, with constituents, or with external stakeholders, perhaps the regional commission, state agencies, or other entities that you may work with in the nature of your work. So I want to pause here or not pause here, but launch into what we're going to talk about today, and that would be the impacts of poor communication. Starting off on a negative note, because if we do that, we've got nowhere to go but up in our conversations about where we get from here. And I've included just a few examples here of impacts of poor communication. And I want to turn the floor over to y'all and ask you if you can recount some instances, whether in elected office or otherwise, working in church groups or working with civic organizations. Where have you seen communication break down? And what were the implications? There's no shortage, right?
You want an example?
Yeah, oh yeah.
As a board member, communication is important in any organization, obviously, but my pet peeve with communication is finding out about it in the paper and not hearing from my colleagues or anyone else.
Absolutely, so not getting information directly. So, other examples, not necessarily in elected office or in the board context.
Hashing out disagreements online versus taking the initial step in private, and that's something that's apparent within zoning, variances, and so on and so forth, where there could have been an initial agreement.
Absolutely, so going back and looking at that idea of professionalism and respect, making sure that that's at the forefront. Other things, experiences, not even necessarily here, at church. I mean, we all go to church. People get ugly at church.
Not like our
They, kids.
Come to a KSU faculty meeting. Those kids.
Every job.
Right, so there are always going to be challenges with communication. It's what we do to mitigate them that is going to make the difference there. So we have those misunderstandings. Missed opportunities is a big one, particularly when you look at an organization the size and scale of Cobb County. Governor's OPB, the year 2065 population of this county is going to be over 1 million based on those projections. It's easy to miss opportunities in that situation. Just something of that scale, it comes with the territory. So if you're not being direct, if you're not being quick to respond, if you're not being responsive, there are going to be missed opportunities out there. Unnecessary conflict, like you were talking about. If you miss that, then you've got the lack of professionalism, the lack of respect that definitely has to be addressed. One of my favorites is the game of telephone. Everybody played this when we were kids, right? You go around the circle, you whisper something to somebody, they relay what they heard, relays to the next person, and by the time it gets around, it doesn't even bear a resemblance to what it started as. So, you know, if you don't have that direct communication like you were talking about, it's very easy to get kind of lost in translation. And then at the end, kind of these broader ideas of trust, morale, and culture. Back to the idea of Cobb County as a large, a growing, and dynamic county, having a culture of trust, having a culture, or having high morale among your team and the staff of the county is a huge challenge. And if you don't have communication, effective communication from the top, you're very easily going to lose that as you go down. So, we know what can go wrong. We all have examples of it, we were talking about it, but how do we break down that process to combat those and other challenges that we face in communication? So 3 guiding questions. First, what do I value in my engagement with others? And that can go well beyond this room, it can go well beyond the government building. Think about your colleagues for full-time jobs and full-time staff throughout the county. Think about your friends, think about your family. There's always a communication dynamic in everything that we do. So let's take that lens and start thinking about it in different contexts, and to this point, looking at what we value in those conversations. Second, what's driving the way that I approach issues? And you're going to approach issues different with this group than you would if you go home for Thanksgiving and spend it with your family. It's going to be fundamentally different. So being aware of that different dynamic is going to be important. You cannot be commissioner when you're with your kids, your nieces and nephews, your grandkids. It's a different, fundamentally different dynamic. And then third, how does that balance of different drivers impact the way that I communicate? So where do we meet? That is, how does your communication style and your preference match with somebody you're in a room? Could be in a board setting where all 5 of you are sitting together. Could be in a one-on-one meeting with a staff member. How do you let the drivers and those things that are driving your perceptions of the situation influence the discussion that you're having? And I want to break it down as a good academic. I have to go toward the literature. But breaking it down from kind of the 30,000-foot view to the on-the-ground view. We all have shared values in everything that we do. Everybody here is in public service, so there are those common values of public service and recognizing the public good and the potential that you can do while you're in office. Empowerment, equity, trust, learning, those driving overarching values as you see there. Those are the biggest picture. Now, we're going to prioritize those in different ways. I, as an academic who works on a college campus, may prioritize learning over equity. Somebody who works in a nonprofit civil rights organization may prioritize equity over empowerment. Whatever the dynamic is, it's up to us to recognize where our priorities are. No one is fundamentally wrong. No one is fundamentally right. It's a very unique thing. All of those values are there to some degree, but it's just a matter of what you prioritize. We're never going to be all things to all people. I don't think I need to tell anybody in elected office that. So it's a matter of what the priority becomes. What do you want to emphasize? What are you taking closest to heart? On the other end of that is our objectives. They're at the bottom there. They're the on-the-ground, kind of boots in the sand type of mentality. The actual practice of information sharing, communicating with one another, having conversations about a zoning decision that's going to come up, discussing particular variants on a particular parcel somewhere in the county. The idea of democratic ideals and community cohesion, being out there with stakeholders, with county residents, with business owners, understanding what's going on in the ground across the county and how it impacts what's going on in this room among this group. Thinking about practicability and the ultimate decision making, the actual action, that real come to fruition, like I said, boots on the ground kind of mentality. But what I want to focus on is there in the middle, because I think this is very much what drives how we perceive communication and discussions with one another. And that's the balance of our competencies. Now, it's kind of a misnomer in that it would suggest that someone is incompetent in a certain area, but that's not really what this idea gets at. When we look at cultural versus civic versus practical competencies, it follows that same message that I had when we were talking about values. We're not going to be all things to all people. You're not going to be 100% competent in cultural issues. You're not going to be 100% competent in civic issues. You're not going to be 100% competent in practical issues. So how does that balance manifest itself? And it comes into this three-dimensional matrix that you see here. Now, there's a lot going on in this slide here, but I want you to spend some time looking at it and start to think about how you see yourself reflected here. So as we balance the idea of the practical, the civic, and cultural sciences, where are your competencies strongest and where are they weakest? Again, not necessarily good, not necessarily bad, but we're all going to fall somewhere along this dynamic. So I'll start with the gold one on the left there, the practical science. And you see down the side here, there's a number of different traits and characteristics that come to define competency in the practical science. Now, typically you're going to find that these are the scientific experts. These are folks with technical knowledge and a technical skill set, perhaps an engineer, perhaps a biologist, somebody who has that tactile approach to the work that they do. They have a sense of urgency, and they strive for accuracy and discovery. They want to learn new things. They approach everything in a matter of scientific principle and accuracy, as you see there in that 3 A's row. That's what defines how they approach the work that they do. You see further down there, the essential components. This is what was referred to as the 3 E's by an author back in the 70s. Engineering is the E that you see for these practical science aficionados. Those that are most proficient in practical science, engineering is that E that you see them striving. And then at the bottom you see there, they're quite interested in educational behavior and physical capital, that built environment that they're looking for. An engineer builds things. That's the nature of their work, right? So the practical science is focusing on that science, focusing on those specifics, focusing on accuracy. The second part of the matrix that you have here is the civic science. Now, from a values perspective, civic science are those thinking in an economic mentality, thinking about the economics of the environment, the business climate that we work with, thinking about relationships and institutional arrangements. How exactly is it that we function as a society? They're very transactional. Like I said, they're thinking in an economics sense, as you see in the essential components 3Ds there. And they're very focused on human capital. So an economist is naturally going to think of workforce development, right? Without a workforce, you don't have an economy. So they're thinking in that very economic spreadsheet, forecasting type mentality. They're not necessarily thinking in the built environment tactile sense that our practical science folks are, but they're focused more on kind of that human capital spreadsheet and understanding how we function as a society. And then lastly, the cultural science. And this one, these are the more kind of touchy-feely folks. These are the folks that have a lot of emotion, have a lot of influence. They think about the social dynamic of what they're doing. These are folks who are looking for mutual trust. They want to build relationships in a way that someone who's more emphasizing practical science or the civic science may not do that. The interpersonal skills are particularly important to those that are going to be strongest in the cultural science column that you see over there. They're also focused on the societal implications. They're thinking not necessarily in terms of the science and the data, not necessarily in terms of the economy and the dynamic, but rather that societal implication. And then you see they wrap up there with social capital as their priority. That's what they're thinking of when you juxtapose that against the physical capital, the practical science, and the human capital of the civic science. So I know there's a lot to digest there. What's your initial reaction? Yes.
It doesn't define, like, these people are certainly a combination of these things.
It's fluid, right? Yeah.
Very fluid.
You're never going to be 100% in video. Other thoughts? It's as if that, oh, I'm sorry.
No, I agree with that.
So it's as if you were a plant for the next slide. Because I'm going to ask all of you, you're 100% people, right? We're not going to have 100% in any one of those three categories. So in that three-dimensional matrix, I want you to take a minute, contemplate how you would split up the 100% of your being, and how would you characterize yourself, that inflection that you're going to do, that self-reflection there. How would you divvy up the 100% of your being among those three axes? Ponder it for a second.
Can we go back?
Yes, oh, absolutely. I'm sorry. So ponder it, give it some thought, and we'll reconvene in 2 or 3 minutes after you've had a chance to kind of process what's going on there, assess where you think you are, and give us a sense of how you perceive yourself and how you would approach communication along this 3D axis here. Easier said than done, right?
Yeah. So why don't we evaluate each other
Well, let's do ourselves
That one would
first.
be.
Tyler, can you explain the 3 days accessibility for civic science?
Applicability. So they're looking at how the social skills are applicable in broader society.
For civic science, it says accessibility.
Oh, civic, I'm sorry, I thought you said cultural. So accessibility is the idea of being a part of the process, being engaged in what's going on. So you see the actors tend to be policymakers. Oftentimes you'll see it referred to in that sense as public administrators as well. So having access to the systems, having access to the processes, and the decision-making mechanisms that are out there. Everybody ready? Does that make sense? All right, your numbers have to add up to 100, all right? So we'll start with the chairwoman. Cupid, how would you break down your practical versus civic versus cultural?
I
Yes, you're
realize
100%.
it's easier for me to divide in even numbers than odd numbers.
Okay.
So, dividing by 3 was not the easiest task. But the civic science, I would probably say, is my highest at 50.
Okay.
And then practical science, 30. And then cultural science, I would say 20.
Okay. And I'm not going to tie names to anybody. This is just to get an idea of how we differ collectively. So, who wants to go next?
Okay.
Okay.
You want one of those fancy whiteboards, or are you good with the?
Yeah, we can bring that up. This line over there. Oh, I was just going to put the
Oh, okay.
post-it note on there.
Oh, okay.
I feel like the animal light here.
Okay, I see myself as majority in the civic science as well.
Okay.
And then social.
What number would you give yourself on
cultural
that?
next. Pardon?
What number would you give yourself on the civic?
I guess 50,
Okay.
and then 30 on cultural,
Okay.
and 20 on competencies. Because to me, the engineering and the, factual, the research and that kind of thing, to me, goes with staff.
Absolutely.
I rely on staff a lot for-
Outside of my wheelhouse too.
So, or maybe those two would be even, I don't know, but I'll just leave it.
That's a good split. Next up, any take?
Mine
All right.
is- I initially had the chairwoman's numbers that I had. But I spend about 20% of my time on the data side,
So 20 on the practical?
Yeah.
Okay.
50% of my time on civic, and about 30% of my time on cultural.
Keep in mind here too, it's not necessarily how you spend your time, it's how you approach it. So when you walk into a situation, are you thinking of it from maybe in a commission meeting where it fundamentally is a civic function. I mean, a county commission is a civic body. So not necessarily how you're spending the time, but how you're thinking about it, how you're approaching it. So if you're thinking about it from that more cultural, human services type perspective, even though you're in a civic meeting, you're approaching it from that culture. And this is totally presumptive, but just to stress that it's not necessarily the time that goes into it, it's what you're thinking of and how you're approaching it.
And that's kind of, I'm going through the phases in which, like, if a problem's introduced to me, that's kind of how I approach that problem.
Absolutely.
Once I move on past
Yep.
it all the time.
If it were how we spend our time, and zoning is in the practical science, that's gonna be 90% for us.
So a random side note here, before I joined Kennesaw State, middle of last year, for about 5 years, I was the director of planning and research at the Georgia Department of Community Affairs. And I told them when I left, I would be happy to never see another conference. So.
We're in the middle of that right now.
Oh, yeah. They're a vital part of the process, but it's, there's a lot that goes into it, particularly in a county like this. All right. I'm calling you. Oh, yeah.
For me, cultural is 50, civic is 30, and mindful is 20.
Okay. Last but not least.
95.5.
Oh, 90 on.
I'm sorry, civic.
Okay.
Everybody's been answering civic first, and then 5.5.
All right. So looking at these numbers, what stands out to you?
Everybody's on civic science, the majority.
I'm sorry,
Majority is civic.
We're all majority civic science.
How might that present a challenge?
If documents are clear as far as the procedural, institutional agreements for arrangements.
How else might that manifest itself? Good, bad, or indifferent?
With that much emphasis, I'm sorry. Sure.
It just shapes the perspective that we bring to the table. So we might be in agreement, but we still might miss where others may be a lot better. And also, because there could be conflict because we're so much in the civic side, we emphasize it, but we come with our own set of views with respect to that, and that can create some conflict.
Absolutely. So you look to the practical, you look to the cultural, and things may get missed. Folks who have that perspective, who may not necessarily be on this commission, is their perspective being heard? And to be cognizant of that, not to say that anybody is wrong in their own perspectives. Certainly, quite the contrary. Everyone's quite right in their own perspectives because they're fundamentally yours. But to think about others' perspectives, that becomes the challenge, especially when you look, looking at these numbers on the practical side, the highest one was 30%. So what do we need to know about that? Who do we need to engage in those conversations? How do we identify who we need to trust and who's going to bring the 80, 90% practical perspective? Incidentally, we have a college of engineering at Kennesaw State, but that's the type of thing that you need to take into consideration. You've identified pretty clearly that you all think in a very civic mindset, and nothing wrong with that, but getting that diversity of perspectives. And okay.
It's the nature of the job itself. It's like in my other day job, I'm 95% practical science because that's what I have to do. But in this role, like staff would be in constant conflict if we were coming in with all of these new techniques. So it's the nature of the role.
Absolutely.
itself.
And then, you take the nature of that role and the emphasis that we've got on civic competencies, just sitting at this table right here, right now, those can also manifest themselves differently in terms of our prioritization of values. Again, you're not going to be 100% focused on empowerment, 100% focused on equity. We don't have 400% to give. So how you prioritize those overarching values is going to continue as you get in a more nuanced way to drive those competencies, and how you approach that civic competency that we see in the numbers here is really a priority for everyone at this table. So a way to think about it and a way to approach it, and recognizing that there are others taking a different perspective, whether it be staff, constituents, volunteers, authority members, board members, you name it, whoever's engaged in that process, being cognizant of the fact that they may take a more practical approach or they may take a more cultural approach is something that we need to think of as we're having those conversations, not only with each other, but as we get out there. So with that in mind, if we think about a situation, and I put together a proposed scenario here that I'll read in a second, because I know the font's a little bit small, but think about those perspectives. And then we're gonna have a conversation about how you might respond in this situation with your civic mindset, as we've discussed here, and then how we think about others that play a part in that, the other stakeholders that are involved there. So the scenario that I put together, a resident has owned their 33 acres of property for 62 years and she passes away. Her family no longer lives in the area, so they decide they want to sell off the land, and they've got a developer who's willing to pay
You've been watching ours.
They want to pay top dollar for it, and they want to construct a 350-unit apartment complex. The move would require a zoning variance. Sorry to give anybody PTSD from the last meeting. But I think this is exactly the type of situation where we need to think of those perspectives. So let's start off by thinking, who are the stakeholders in this situation?
People who live nearby, obviously.
Nearby residents,
The county,
the county,
And the landowner.
the landowner. Anybody else? The developer? The school district?
The county.
Exactly, so you gotta think of service delivery, you gotta think of infrastructure. So thinking about that cast of characters that we just talked about, stakeholders that you identified, how would you characterize their competencies? Let's go one by one. So the first one mentioned from the commission was nearby residents. How do you think they're going to approach this? What's their perspective going to be if we look at that practical versus civic versus cultural competency?
my understanding of cultural science would be more of what they're.
Why?
That's where.
Why?
Because it's more about the impact to my family or to me. I mean, to some degree, our entire community. How does this influence our community? And that's all cultural. Yeah, it's all cultural.
Perfect. All right, who's that
And
stakeholder?
emotional.
Yeah.
They are very emotional because they live there and they want what's best for their community.
Absolutely. It's an attachment. That's where they live. That's where they're raising their families. Absolutely.
And we have to look at the compatibility with the land use and surrounding property, and if it fits and is appropriate for that area. And we rely a lot, again, on staff for the analysis of DOT, traffic, stormwater management, fire, all that.
So your perspective, you would say, is?
My perspective is the civic science.
Bingo. Yep. You hit the nail on the head. The way you described that was just spot on in terms of what the civic science and civic competence is all about. Another stakeholder group we mentioned. The developer, the school system. We can go to the school system next.
And how it impact the numbers in terms of capacity, student capacity, so I would say that civic science.
Yeah. So the school district is thinking in the civic sense.
Right.
They need spreadsheets to break out, how many students is this going to be? How many seats do we need in elementary school, middle school, high school?
Joanne started to speak about staffing, and staff is definitely practical science.
Who do you concur All right, I heard the developer was mentioned in there,
And property owner.
and the property owner.
I think Kelly.
Yeah, do those out.
Where would you place them? What would be their and again, none of these is mutually exclusive of another, but what's their, their 50-50-50-90 perspective gonna be as a developer and as a property owner?
So I would put the developer and the property owner kind of into the cultural. Because again, that's what they are seeing, for the community. So it's more focused on, the attitude, behavior.
But
Oh,
also, they're gonna be, in the civic science, because of economics.
They see
They
dollar
wanna make
signs.
a profit for their,
But they fail at the procedural, it doesn't go there.
I know.
But then.
It's a situation where, you think about the commission, you think about the school board and the decisions they make. They're overwhelmingly going to be in this civic category, right? Start moving at a break. I'll build for that, I'm sure. But you think about the developer, you think about the property owner, they're less channeled in a single part of this matrix.
they're gonna be more evenly divided. I forget who it was, but like the 20, 30, 50s that we had in here. They're gonna be more evenly divided because, yeah, they are thinking about the dollars and cents behind it, but they're also thinking about that quality of life question. They're thinking about what does the community look like just from an interaction perspective. Perhaps they're even getting into the practical side. You know, if you're building a 350 unit apartment complex, there's obviously a built environment component that goes too. So, you know, like I said, this matrix, none of it is mutually exclusive. You look at how they balance out on all three axes. You guys as a board of commissioners, a school board, they're going to be very, very slanted toward one, civic, but that does not necessarily universal across everyone. So understanding that perspective and the fact that the developer and the landowner may be a little more conflicted. They may be torn between what's going to be best from the social capital perspective and what's going to be best for their bank account in the civic perspective and the economics behind it. So understanding that everyone's convictions and everyone's prioritizations aren't necessarily going to be as strong. They're not going to be as emphasized as it would be, say, in your role as commissioners and the decision you make on that zoning variance. A second proposition here, there's a blighted property in a struggling neighborhood.
You're picking on me.
Nothing intentional, I promise.
Debbie, I'm
So,
glad Debbie Blair's here.
There's a blighted property in a struggling neighborhood. The area has a hard time attracting and retaining businesses. The police department has a documented uptick in crime in the area in recent years, but a small business owner is offered to buy the property, construct a new building in its place, and open a job within 9 months, creating 40 new jobs. Who are the stakeholders?
Similar to before, but also the potential employees. I think of the chamber or persons involved in economic development of stakeholders.
Do you think their competencies change in this situation?
Bank investor, do their competencies from the other stakeholders? It depends on where the property is.
That small business has decided to make some cultural investment there.
Okay.
There, I mean, it's iconic, it doesn't add up, besides it might be a cheaper property. But nothing else adds up in terms of securing that property purchase.
Mhm.
So they're probably looking at it from a more cultural aspect, in addition to obviously having their business running and thriving, but there's no other reason to go to a blighted area,
Sure.
it's high crime.
Mr. Rowe?
Is the blighted property in a subdivision when you say in a neighborhood, or is it in a commercial area?
I would say commercial area. That was kind of the impetus for us. And neighborhood was a bad choice for that. No apologies on that one. Any other stakeholders or any other, you know, the competencies that we discussed, would they shift for anyone if we go from talking about zoning variance for an apartment complex to discussion of a new small business?
Other neighboring businesses,
Okay, what's their interest going to be?
will it help what they're doing? Is what they're doing going to adversely impact them? Perhaps they've adapted to the environment that they're in, and this is transforming that. The level of investment that they bring would also impact the monetary impact of the surrounding business.
Okay.
Like, kind of business.
It's as if you have seen this presentation already, because I'm going to throw a curveball at you on the next slide. If you notice, this is scenario 2A. Scenario 2B puts a new question. It's an adult entertainment venue.
Oh.
That's
right.
But he was there before you, so you don't have to take the hit.
How does that change the dynamic of the conversation? How does that change the perceptions that we see on our three-tiered axis, or our three-axis model here?
Do they want to transform the community? Not jobs?
Not that.
It's 40 new jobs. I mean, same as before. It's going to be a new building in a blighted area. It's going to be up in 9 months, new building, 40 new jobs.
They're obviously ignoring the civic science of it.
Maybe not.
How does it change how you approach it?
To me, the main stakeholders are gonna be the neighbor. the surrounding property.
So do you think that's a change from what you do in scenario 2A then?
Well, I think
It's-
there'd be less opposition for a,
Bakery.
small business
Yeah.
than an adult entertainment center, but, or store, but.
So how does it
We
change?
have had these examples in,
Oh, yeah,
in real life.
No, I've seen them all over, right?
It's
Yeah.
still-
My years at DCA gave me a lot of insight on these very issues.
This is still a driving cultural. I mean, this is still, both scenarios are gonna bring out the culture in the community.
But in different ways? How so?
So
Characterize the difference with what you had here versus what
in
you
the
had.
first one, you know, not knowing what the business is, it could be a proper investment in the community that could be something beneficial. And then the second one, it could be the opposite. And so either way, you're gonna have that cultural aspect that's tied to.
Absolutely. So we know that our stakeholders' perceptions are changing, right? We know that there's gonna be a shift in 2B here when we see what the business is that we're talking about. Cultural science seems to become a lot more prominent in the conversation, right? Does your approach, oh, I'm sorry, yes, Commissioner.
So in the scenario 2A, we don't know what the business is. So
Exactly.
it could be an adult entertainment
Yep.
and it would get the same reaction. So.
But before you knew that it was gonna be an adult
Small
entertainment
business.
venue, your
So we know
perspectives were
what
very
it is.
different, right? You were thinking about it in a very different way when this was the information you had. Add that last sentence on there and all of a sudden the perspectives change. Where you fall on this matrix is no longer the same. So that information sharing, that transparency, that open line of communication and dialogue about having the information, because you brought it up at the very beginning, not finding out about it in the paper, but having that open conversation, having that open dialogue, and being aware that it's an adult entertainment venue that we're talking about for this property. Does that let you know the information symmetry that's a critical part of decision-making was absolutely vital in framing your perspectives on how you look at this situation, right? Do we need to take a break or?
I would love to say.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break and reconvene. Absolutely.
Thanks to Ross's guidance, I'll turn that off.
Yeah, please.
We ready to pick back up?
Yes.
All right. So before we move on, the next thing we're going to talk about before I hand it over to Matt to talk about collective impact, I want to talk about one particular aspect of what we see in the competencies right here, and it's the third row down there, the traits. Thinking about our stakeholders with three unique sets of traits: a sense of urgency, a sense of legitimacy, and a sense of power. Now, contemplating that, knowing what you know about the three sciences and the three competencies that we've been talking about for the last 45 minutes or so, how would you define the sense of urgency that we see from those that emphasize the practical sciences and practical competencies? How would you characterize it? If you had to describe, when we talk about the practical science folks having a sense of urgency. Say that again, I'm sorry. How so?
Just, again, it's the community, it's, that's what we're hearing right now, it's not fiction. It's, there's.
How do you think that ties into the practical science kind of mindset as you come to understand it?
Well, it's an impact to them. It's not necessarily a role that we as a body play, especially when it comes to convictions. So while, we understand, the urgency, they don't want to be convicted from their home, our roles or our civic science of it is limited in that regard.
Okay.
Along those lines, I was thinking more of an engineer type practical science, but it actually dovetails to what Commissioner Gamble was saying, is that when you're in that practical side, you have to deal with things as they are. No matter what philosophical idea has a relationship, somebody's got to make sure that the building can stand up. Somebody's got to make sure the costs are covered. And I look at people who are struggling with paying rent. No matter what programs they say we have, they know the eviction notice is on the door and that they have to move. So they're dealing with things in a more immediate perspective. But I also see that dovetailing strongly in the cultural science piece. But I guess we are practical. I know myself as an engineer, just give me the nuts and bolts, because that's what I'm going to have to work with.
Yeah, you're thinking built environment. Other thoughts?
I mean, to that example, I felt it was more cultural science with the eviction crisis, because it's the same concept as the feeling of investment in your community. You've been living there, and all of a sudden something changes, and you try to figure out how to respond to it. So you go to whoever's the closest that you're supposed to be able to go to. And so this is where I say 30% of my time is cultural, because it's all right. We might not have the ability to do it, but these other groups might have the ability to do it, and I have additional influence in these other groups that these individuals don't have. So I can either connect them there, or I can tell them, look at this issue.
I think the great thing about all three of those observations is you keenly observe none of them are mutually exclusive. There's overlap that's always going to exist. It may be more extreme and it may be more distant, but it's going to be there. There's a degree of overlap in any situation that you see when you're talking about that community dynamic, whether it be the built environment and the physical capital, human capital that comes from our economists and policymakers that all five y'all, or the cultural science and social capital that they're thinking of in terms of housing, in terms of social welfare programs like that. So all three of those observations, great. Moving on to the next one, the civic science there in the middle. You all should be great at this one. Legitimacy. When we talk about our civic science-minded folks, most everybody in this room, when you hear that term legitimacy, what thoughts do you have? Where do you see that manifesting itself?
Policies,
Procedures.
procedures.
And if it's compatible with the land use and code.
So legitimizing the actions that people want to take.
Is there standing?
Yes.
Are we still on the apartment thing, or?
Well, we can. I mean, we can pick up any policy issue we want to talk about.
Okay.
And it kind of makes me think of Commissioner Richardson's example. If it's somewhere in between that nuts and bolts developer and the people, you're legitimizing that it's going to have an impact on people the way that you anticipate. And so there was a word used yesterday, ground testing something. And I think that's what we have to do, put forward that policy, but we're trying to make sure that it touches real people. And not just this set of people, but all the people that we have.
Absolutely. All right, moving on to the third one then. Our social capital oriented folks, so cultural science competency, the trait that they most exhibit in that dynamic is power. How do you see that manifesting itself?
Full on.
I mean, fundamentally, we're a society of the governed, right? The people, the social capital, the society, the community, that's where the power rests, right? So when you think about living in that community dynamic, living in that society, the power is with the people. Power is in the human capital, the social capital that we look at day in and day out.
Power rarely comes from practical science.
Yep.
They tend to be the ones most left out. This is the technical analysis. This is the way. And it's like, yeah, that's nice. Yeah, that's where.
I mean, everyone's subject to re-election at some point, so the power is coming from the bottom up. It is that social capital. It is the human element there, and that societal impact, and how you feel as a society, and how your jurisdiction, your constituents, your voters respond. And then that, permeates throughout the government. This may be the governing body, but there's a staff of how many hundreds, or how many thousands of it?
Yeah.
So the power is very much manifested there in the cultural science. The legitimacy, legitimizing the actions is what this board would do. And then the sense of urgency from the practical science, that responsiveness, that instantaneous need that's there. And it's environmental issues, exactly, that built environment, that physical capital, that type of mentality that drives that practical science side. But as we've observed in every part of this discussion, whether it be the decision about the apartment complex, when we were talking about the new business that came up, we talk about rental systems, we talk about environmental issues, there's always that overlap. And I pointed out those traits for that very reason, because this is where you see that stakeholder engagement, those folks that you're communicating with, whether they be colleagues, they be staff members, they be constituents and voters, you're communicating with them as a stakeholder in some way, shape, or form. They're going to have different perspectives, they're going to have different approaches, they're going to have different interests, but you see that overlap there. And you see that blend of the different sciences, the different competencies that we've talked about this morning, and you see where you get different types of stakeholders there. So let's say you have looking back at our chart here, the cultural science, that societal, human capital, social capital type person, but they're not investing themselves in either the practical or the civic. They've got the power. They're the voter, and you see them up there as the dormant stakeholder. They've got the power, but they're just not manifesting that, either in civic activity, in the practical, scientific, built environment, physical capital activity. They've got the power, they're just not using it. Legitimacy. If you're working exclusively within that civic competency mentality, that middle column that we looked at, you've got complete discretion, but what are you actually doing? Are you acting with power? Not necessarily. If you just got the legitimacy, but you're not acting on it, you're existing in that silo, then you're going to be discretionary, but not have any other traits going for you there. In the same sense, the urgency. When we think about folks that are existing exclusively within that physical capital environment, they're going to want something. Are they going to flex the power that they've got in their social capital? Not necessarily. Are they going to be acting in the civic mindset and have the legitimacy? Not necessarily. So they're very demanding of something, but they're not blending together those other traits that they need to be successful in accomplishing that. So you see that overlap manifest itself, and I'll share these slides with you because I know there's a lot going on in this Venn diagram, but it just gives you that sense that it's necessary for there to be overlap for anybody in any role to be effective in what they're doing. And I think you guys very much picked up on that as we talked through a variety of examples so far already this morning. So we think about the actors. We think about the competencies that they're bringing to the table, what they're going to focus on, what their interest is. But communication is fundamentally about having a message, right? We talked early on when we looked at the competencies about the idea that nobody is going to be all things to all people. And that is not exclusive to just us as humans, but communication as well. There's not a message that you can give that is going to cover all things for everyone. It's just not there. So you've got to have a sense of purpose in what you're saying. We can very easily meet for the sake of meeting, and oftentimes people do. I mean, my staff, I'm sure they hate listening to me drive on our bi-weekly meetings.
That has never occurred.
But if we're meeting for the sake of meeting or just talking for the sake of hearing ourselves talk, what's the point? And if there isn't, now granted, a board of commissioners is required to meet under law, but are we having meetings just for the sake of meetings when they're not required, when they're not necessary, when there's not a discernible purpose to it? So we need to walk into a situation having that discernible purpose, having that underlying motive, a message that needs to be communicated. And it could take on a variety of different forms. Like I said, it's never going to cover every question that could come up about a particular issue. If we go back to talking about the apartment complex on that 33-acre piece of land, no communication is going to address every single issue, every single question at hand. It could be the neighbor that's going to be worried about traffic. It could be the water sewer staff member who's worried about capacity in the line that goes out there. It could be the school district who's worried about the number of seats that they're going to have in schools. So you're never going to address every question in a single communication. So making sure that you have a clearly defined purpose for that engagement is going to help you really channel that energy in the way that it needs to go. Certain questions need to be answered a lot earlier than others. I don't think that comes as a surprise to anybody in this room. It all becomes a matter of prioritizing. And here, this one actually stems from my own dissertation about a decade ago, but what exactly are the purposes of communication? How do we break it down? What are we trying to convey? We'll go clockwise from the 12 o'clock spot there around, starting with the idea of process. When we have methods of communication, we're willing to look at a big picture. We talk about the process. Let's go back to the apartment complex example. The family members, their mom died, they're going to sell off this land. What are we looking for in terms of the big picture? We know it's an apartment complex. Let's think broadly. What are the impacts going to be? Because when we start thinking about it in that broadest sense, that empowers us to start channeling our way down and think about the implications on water, sewer, on school, on transportation. But we've got to start from a point and think about what that process looks like. We need to have an understanding of what the process is for requesting a zoning variance. What public hearings need to be held. What is the timeline for getting that done? So understanding the big picture process and the capacity to inform the technical issues, the box checking, bureaucrats that are responsible for that aspect of the work. So without an understanding of what the big picture is, any further communication is going to be a moot point. The second is empowerment. As we work our way clockwise, like I said, around there, the idea of a genuine partnership. And this is where I think public officials oftentimes find themselves in a tough, precarious position, because how do you empower stakeholders in this process without over-empowering? We've got a litany of considerations, a litany of stakeholders from different organizations, from different neighborhoods, from different industries. How do we balance that in a genuine partnership? We don't want to exclude anybody from that process, but at the same time, we're still on a timeline. The developer still wants to break ground. We still need housing. So how do we empower everyone and build a genuine partnership without just getting too big for our proverbial britches? Next is esteem. Making sure that you're holding each other in the highest esteem possible. You're not always going to agree. I don't think I need to tell anybody anywhere that you're not going to agree with anybody 100% of the time. But how do you send that message? How do you maintain the transparency and the openness that says, yes, I trust you. I disagree with you. I think you're wrong on this particular issue. I don't think that this zoning variance is a good idea because I don't think we need these apartments because of the implications it's going to have and the domino effect that comes from it. So I disagree with you on that apartment complex and that zoning variance, but I still respect you. I still hold you in high esteem. I still respect your opinion. We have the differences, but we can have the conversations. Down at the bottom, 6 o'clock spot there, you see the idea of potency, the impact of the communication and the ability to impact, the capacity to influence what's going on. This is where we need to understand our limitations. We need to be self-aware. And potency is one of those areas where it's particularly challenging, because if you're in a position of authority, if you're in a position of power, if you're the decision maker, you still need to have that kind of deflated sense of ego, that deflated sense of self. You need to let the people you work with and for know that they still have the ability to impact what's going on. They may not get what they want in terms of that zoning variance, but they still have the ability to impact. We don't need anybody to walk away feeling defeated to the point where they're not coming back to engage again. If somebody walks out feeling like they did not have the ability to impact that decision, then we lost them. They're not going to be the active player in society and in our community that we need them to be. Moving on, next up is cognizance, the idea that accurate and reliable information gets out there. And this is where those folks who are very, very heavy on the practical side of things really come into play. They've got the data points. They know how you need to build a building to make sure that it's going to stand and stay upright. So making sure that the appropriate and correct information is getting out there is a critically important part of it. You can't have effective communication if you've got false information, rumors. Going back to the earlier slide where we talked about the negative impacts, that game of telephone. If something is getting relayed from Commissioner Campbell to the chairwoman to the newspaper to somebody who read it on Facebook, the message is going to get lost. The information is not going to be accurate. That game of telephone is going to cripple everything that goes on. So making sure that you've got the accurate and reliable information, making sure that we're informing each other about the truth behind these issues, whether it be an engineering issue, a water sewer issue, a school issue, knowing what the truth is and having that voice of authority, and more important, confidence in that voice of authority. Because if someone's in a position of power and they have already compromised that, then it's going to be very difficult to regain that trust, to regain that authority that you need to really inform and educate for that action. And then lastly, equity. And this kind of goes back to the idea of empowerment and being all things to all people. But we need to make sure that folks understand their role in the process. I think we've all seen, videos of school board meetings over the last couple of years where folks get just downright angry at a school board meeting, recently over mask mandates. You see the videos of it on the news, people absolutely losing their mind, right? And I'm sure you guys have seen some of this at commission meetings, right? So we need folks to understand what their role is in that process and how they can be effective in doing it. That idea of equity, making sure that they're representative of the constituencies that they're representing. They may be there on behalf of the homeowners association. They may be there on behalf of a parent-teacher association. But knowing that constituency and making sure that they have equitable access to the decision-making process. We want them to feel empowered, but at the same time, we need to make sure that we're controlling the points of view, making sure that everyone is heard in an effective way. I'll throw back to that same line I've used repeatedly. You're not going to be all things to all people. So how do we make sure that we're channeling our information and what's coming in the most effective and efficient way possible?
Can you flesh that out?
Sure. So information overload is really kind of what it comes down to. If you've got a line of people representing just countless constituents, say everybody in the county shows up for a board meeting, you're going to have 800,000 people telling you their opinion. Are any of those opinions really going to get heard? If we've got 800,000 people showing up to speak, if we've got 200 people showing up to speak, are any of those opinions really going to get heard? So when we think about equity, it's a collaborative effort. The homeowners association doesn't need to have every homeowner come to be a part of that conversation. It's more effective if we think of that constituency, get the HOA together, have that conversation, and put together a cohesive message that comes out of that. Do it in an informed way. Come back to the idea of cognizance. Make sure that they've got the information they need to take an active stance. Make sure that if you need numbers from the water sewer staff on what the capacity is or what needs are going to be there, make sure that that HOA that's next door to this proposed apartment building has that information. We don't need them just spreading rumors on Facebook, right? If the information is not accurate, then, pun intended, I guess, a little bit here, the argument holds no water. They need the accurate information. They need that practical component, that scientific, the number behind it, that scientific mentality. So making sure that we're communicating in an effective way, defining what that purpose is somewhere in this sphere, and making sure that it's being delivered to us in the most effective way possible. And we're going to talk after lunch about modes of communication and how exactly communicating that is most effective for you, because ultimately, all of us as individuals, whether you're commissioners, staff, work at the university, or just a resident or a retiree or whatever the case may be, you've got your own preferences for communication. So when we get to post-lunch session, we're going to talk about that. What is the most effective mode of communication? What would you prefer? What gets your attention? How are you going to respond? We'll answer all those questions in the discussion format once we get to that. But bottom line is, if you don't have a point, communication is a non-issue. I can talk till I'm blue in the face. I often do.
Christy, man.
But if there's no point there, if there's no purpose, if I'm not defining why exactly I'm speaking, what's the point? I can drone on and on and on and on. But if they're not meeting one of these criteria, there's no purpose in what I am saying, it means nothing. So having the purpose of communication is at the crux of it. How you deliver that, whether it be in different modes of communication, in different forums, with different bodies, with different people, that's different. We'll talk about that this afternoon, like I said, on preferences and what our expectations are of each other. But regardless of what that communication looks like, how it manifests itself, it's got to have purpose. And that's part of the challenge is that so often we, see your other slide there, we talk for the sake of hearing ourselves talk. We meet for the sake of meeting. We don't have that underlying purpose. So always think, what is the purpose? What am I trying to convey? And too often we don't have that. Yes?
I'd add for the process one,
Yeah.
source information sourcing.
Yes.
Which plays a really critical role now.
Absolutely.
And for potency, I would probably add limited sequence.
Limited.
So that's,
People that just say yes to you all the time.
yep.
Limited what?
Significance.
Yes, people.
Somebody who's just agreeable to everything.
And
They're never going to offer a conflicting opinion. They're never going to offer a different take or a different perspective.
because of your influence as well, it can drive people to become that.
I genuinely agree with that. If I didn't, I would tell you no. But I do genuinely agree with that.
Appreciate it.
All right. Any questions? All right. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Matt, who's going to take us up to the lunch break with a discussion of the collective impact model. So this is his area of expertise, and he's got a lot of first-hand experience on this. So.
Thank you, Tyler. It is yours. Oh, yeah, I put my mic down.
You want the handhelds?
I've got this one.
Oh.
Thank you. How's everybody feeling? Doing okay? Do we need to get another quick break? Is everyone happy to keep going? Okay. Just give me a sec while I slowly figure out how to put this thing on. Check 1, 2. I think it worked, right? Yeah. Can you hear me? Is it coming through? No way to click it somewhere. Hi, so I'm Matt Lyons. I'm a postdoctoral researcher at Kennesaw State University.
Might go closer.
A little higher?
Yeah.
This one is important to do. Testing.
Use the tie.
Matt, this is an extremely expensive tie. How's that? Is that better?
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, okay. That is not true, I like it. So I'm a postdoc at Kennesaw. I finished my PhD in public health at Georgia State last summer. So I spent some of my time at Kennesaw doing health science research. I'm a public health researcher by trade. Much of my time, and the rest of my time, I am the interim assistant director for research and evaluation at the Burris Institute. And what I'm going to talk about today is
We're gonna need you to bring that closer.
yeah, you can hear me?
Or use the handhelds, yeah.
I could just
You're such a passerby.
Laura said that works.
Yeah, just be more bumped out.
trying to keep everyone calm. I could yell.
You're effective at it.
Thank you. So what I'm going to talk about today, how's that? Is that better?
It's better.
Believe it or not, I'm a singer. I'm known to sing really, really loud. So I think my speaking voice and my singing voice there's some disparity there. But what I'm going to talk about today is actually related to some work that I did while I was at the University of Southern California in the Center for Innovation and Research on Veterans and Military Families. I'm not a veteran, but I worked in this Veteran Research Center. They ran a collaborative called the Los Angeles Veterans Collaborative, which used this paradigm called the collective impact model. I want to preface what I'm talking about by saying that I don't think the collective impact model is the end-all, be-all of how to solve social problems or conduct business in local government, but I do think it's a useful paradigm to think through complex problems and to think about how to coordinate efforts across multiple sectors to address complex problems. I think there may be some utility for the Board of Commissioners in thinking about the collective impact model as one framework that you can use to address some of the challenges that you may face. Just looking at the roadmap for my portion of this presentation, I'm going to introduce to you the model itself, just give a very brief overview of what it is, talk about some different paradigms for thinking about different kinds of problems, simple, complicated, and complex problems. I'm going to talk by way of example about my time working with the Los Angeles Veterans Collaborative and the way in which our work implemented the collective impact model. And then I'm going to talk through what are called the 5 pillars, sometimes 5 core principles of collective impact, which are having a backbone organization, a common agenda, using shared measurement, engaging in mutually reinforcing activities, and word of the day, open and continuous communication. I would like you to think about the Cobb County Board of Commissioners as a backbone organization. Think about some of the ways in which that framing may work for you, some of the ways in which it may not. And then talk about how communication factors into collective impact as a model for doing business. The collective impact model was created conceptually in a paper that came out in 2011 from a Harvard Business School professor and a philanthropist whose name's escaped me. I don't think I'll ever manage to remember them, but it's disseminated now by the Stanford University Social Innovation Review and the Foundation Strategy Group. Its major focus is in trying to help people develop common ground and to bring together cross-sector collaborative networks of community stakeholders to address complex problems or issues related to specific community populations of concern. Areas where it's been applied include, but definitely not limited to, educational access and quality, veteran services, and job mobility. In a nutshell, collective impact is about trying to combat isolation using coordination. If any of you have any experience in the nonprofit sector, you may be aware of the problem that a lot of these organizations that are working on the same problem will work in silos, where their efforts may be more effective if those efforts are more coordinated with one another. So collective impact is about trying to combat that siloification process and improve coordination between different organizations across different sectors. So one of the things that they focus on in the collective impact model that I think is really useful is distinguishing between different kinds of problems and different kinds of challenges. They distinguish 3 different kinds of problem. One is a simple problem. Simple problems and then straightforward solutions. If your phone is dead and you have a charger, just plug it in. It's a simple problem and simple solution. Complicated problems require expertise. They require understanding of very complicated rules in order to solve those problems, but the rules are in principle known. If you want to build a rocket ship, for example, you can take classes in physics and in engineering, and eventually you may know how to build a rocket ship if you study really hard. Complex problems are a little bit different. They are the result of an interconnected web of causes, such that the effects of our actions are unknown. We don't know necessarily in advance what the effects of certain kind of policy decisions will be. For example, you have to watch it unfold in real time. An example that's very frequently given is that if you want to raise a child, buckle up. It's going to get very, very complicated. Has anyone ever heard of Neil deGrasse Tyson? He's an astrophysicist. And he says, physics is easy and social science is hard. Because when you introduce the human element into any equation, the equation becomes nonlinear, and the results become somewhat chaotic, difficult to predict. Right? Go ahead.
You have good hearing. I just whispered under my breath, that's a good point.
No.
You speak close.
You are the first person to ever accuse me of having good hearing. Usually I get the opposite. Selective hearing sometimes, that's what my partner says.
Yeah. All men have that. I'm kidding.
I mean, I did hear that.
We've heard that.
Yeah.
One or two times. So anyway,
Right.
these complex problems, I did, yeah, I kind of walked into it. These complex problems are what the collective impact model is intended and designed to try to address. So this slide looks different on my computer, but oh well. So I'm going to talk a little bit through an example of the work that I did in LA County to try to give a sense from a practical standpoint of what collective impact looks like in practice, and then talk a little bit more in detail about what the principles of collective impact are, and then connect that conversation about the principles with the work of the board of commissioners and our conversation, larger conversation today about communication. So in LA County, as everywhere else, issues related to veteran services and the experiences of veterans as they transition out of the military in particular are very, very complex. And I use that word in this technical sense. So as veterans are transitioning out of the military, they experience a lot of different challenges. That transition point is an extremely challenging one frequently for people. And those challenges can be related to housing. Sometimes people come out without housing plans, related to healthcare quality, healthcare access. They can be related to transportation, to service-related or other kinds of disabilities, mental health challenges, education, employment access. There could be issues with the law and legal services. Social isolation is a big one, having had a big social group around and then transitioning out of the military and feeling like you're relatively on your own. These are really just a few of the issues that veterans can experience when they transition out of the military. And each one of those challenges has complex causes that are difficult to parse out and to separate out from one another in order to understand how we can intervene to stop any one of the negative outcomes that are related to those challenges. So at the time when I worked there, the Los Angeles Veterans Collaborative was housed at the University of Southern California School of Social Work's Center for Innovation and Research on Veterans and Military Families, which I will henceforth just refer to as USC SIR. So with the LAVC and USC SIR, we brought together a cross-sector network of stakeholders from across Los Angeles County, including county government, including corporations that had offices there, Activision, the company that makes the Call of Duty franchise video games, Deloitte were often at our meetings, but also social workers and medical professionals and legal experts and scientific researchers, public health people, a real smorgasbord of people from across a bunch of different sectors came together on a monthly basis to discuss issues relating to veterans and veteran health and welfare in LA County. When we were there, we would have a big kind of plenary session where everyone would get together and the high points of the data that had been collected, the information that was, the local news related to veteran services and the veteran population would be shared, any major policy changes that had been happening. The VA would be there, that's one major stakeholder I didn't list. They would be there, they would talk about any information that was relevant to veteran services that was happening in the county. We would share these data and these practical insights in real time with each other. We would work very hard to maintain open communication. And one of the critical things that we did on a monthly basis is we would convene working groups, which were led by subject matter experts who were also local stakeholders, very frequently veterans themselves. And those working groups were designed specifically to address the areas that are listed above there. So we had a housing working group to deal with the issue of veteran homelessness and housing security. We had a healthcare working group, we had a mental health working group, legal services working group, education working group. So each month you would have anywhere between 10 and 40 people all meeting to talk about issues related to veteran housing, veteran homelessness. And frequently you would see kind of large scale conversations where people were trying to influence the policies that were being implemented and coordinate the activities of the larger organizations that were working on, say, veteran homelessness in LA County. But those conversations would also address very personal, interpersonal issues. I think a lot of veterans got jobs in the service sector through the LA Veterans Collaborative just by going. I think a lot of people got housed by being connected with people who knew where to go get a voucher, which organization to go and seek help from, that kind of thing. So these kind of monthly meetings and working groups were really critical, very useful tool in trying to improve the service infrastructure for veterans in LA County. That's just one example, though. This is all functioning within the collective impact model, and you could really use it to address any number of other issues as well. So just a little a visual of what the 5 core pillars are. I'll talk through each of them in a little bit more detail, but just by way of summary, in the collective impact model, there is always a backbone organization, a central organization that coordinates the collaborative network. The collaborative network, in order to function well, needs to have a common agenda, a common set of goals, and a common understanding of what they're trying to achieve. Progress toward those goals has to be measured on shared metrics, and those data have to be shared across the entire network in order for everyone to understand how close we are to getting the results that we want. Based on the common agenda that we have to engage in mutually reinforcing activities in order to move the ball down the field, or to try to move toward moving metrics in the direction that we want. And that entire process is facilitated by open and continuous communication between and among the organizations that are involved within that collaborative network. So these are really the 5 major components of the collective impact model that I think make it a useful one to think about when you're trying to address complex problems. I'll talk about each of them in a little bit more detail briefly.
I'm gonna shoot this.
No, that might be easier.
Just don't break out into karaoke.
Sorry?
Just don't break out into karaoke.
No promises, Tyler.
Too early for karaoke.
I left the guitar at home. I'll be really hard to sing without a guitar. I think that indicates that I'm not a real singer. Is it still really quiet?
Much better.
That's better? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, this feels more comfortable. I've done this more often. So let's talk through each one of those pillars in slightly more detail, and then I'm hoping that we can have a brief discussion about the ways in which this model may or may not have some utility for you and how communication factors in. So in the collective impact model, the backbone organization serves a critical function. It's kind of like the quarterback. It's a separate organization from those that are doing the direct line work. For example, social workers who are addressing homelessness among veterans are too busy doing the frontline work to do all of the facilitation and logistical management stuff that is related to acting as a backbone organization. So these backbone organizations serve to support the collaborative efforts of the other participating organizations. They do it in various ways, facilitate the communication between organizations. They're the ones that are tracking the goals, identifying the strategies to move toward those goals, and basically ensuring that progress is being made on the shared metrics that the collaborative network has identified. One key element of being a successful backbone organization is this concept of adaptive leadership. I think it's accurate enough that I'll just quote what the purveyors of collective impact say about it. Adaptive leadership is the ability to focus people's attention and create a sense of urgency, the skill to apply pressure to stakeholders without overwhelming them, and the competence to frame issues in a way that presents opportunities as well as difficulties, and the strength to mediate conflicts among stakeholders. Any of this sound familiar? So the backbone organization serves a key function. One of the things that it does ensures that the activities of the collaborative network are focused around a common agenda. Having these shared goals is key for working well within the collective impact model. So given the fact that people often see things differently, this might seem like a tall order. The question often comes up: can we really get past the differences that we have in order to try to work together on something? But here's the way that I look at it. I gave 3 examples that collective impact has been used to address with some success. Those are veteran services, education, and childhood obesity. I think if we surveyed the whole room, we would find that there's very, very different and also probably equally well-reasoned perspectives on what the nature of those issues is, what their causes are, what we might do to solve them. But I think we would also find a significant amount of common ground. So I've got a couple questions for you. What do we want to happen to the high school graduation rates in Cobb County? Do we want them to go up or down? We want them up, right? Okay, what about veteran homelessness? Want more of that or less? Less, right? Childhood obesity? Down. We want that to go down, right? So that may seem kind of, these are obvious known facts, right? But I think they're actually very, very important to focus on, and I think that they are essentially our window of opportunity to make a real and meaningful difference. These are very important issues in pretty much any county, and knowing that we all want the same thing around these critical issues should actually encourage us significantly in terms of what we can accomplish through collaboration and coordination. We do have major differences of opinion, but in a way, I think we have enough common ground that it makes sense to organize our efforts around a common agenda. If we want to operationalize that agenda, we need to have some kind of agreement on how we're going to measure progress toward the goals that we have identified. We need to determine the indicators that we want to use, and then collect data on those indicators as diligently as we can. This is a necessary step in order to ensure transparency and accountability, both in determining whether our efforts have been successful and determining whether those efforts have really taken place. Just as a practical note, thanks to the wonders of modern technology, there are online platforms that can now be used to collect a lot of different kinds of useful data that may constitute these shared metrics. Qualtrics is one good platform. Those kind of approaches can often be a cost-effective way to collect the data that you need in order to make informed decisions and measure your progress toward those shared goals. So addressing complex problems requires a cross-sector collaborative network of stakeholders to engage in, and this is critical, a coordinated effort. This doesn't mean that every organization needs to engage in the same activities, but that the specific strengths of any given stakeholder organization have to be strategically leveraged in concert with all the other organizations to maximize the impact that all of these coordinated activities have on the target issue. So another way to look at that is that each action, sorry, you want me to talk louder? Okay. Another way to look at that is that the activities of each organization should take place within a larger plan of action. This is another useful quote from the purveyors of collective impact. The multiple causes of social problems and the components of their solutions are interdependent. That means they can't be addressed by uncoordinated actions among isolated organizations. So finally, in collective impact, as in any public service work, developing trust is as critical as it is challenging. Trust takes time, it takes consistency and a significant amount of patience. Another way to say that is that you have to earn trust. And an integral part of developing a collective impact program is open and continuous communication. If that's maintained over time, stakeholders can get to know one another and they can get a sense of where their common ground lies. They can also develop a shared vocabulary and an understanding of the key issues that they want to address. So those are the 5 pillars of collective impact. It's just one way to address complex problems. I don't think that it's the end-all be-all of public service work. It's just, everyone has their pet program or their pet framework that they like to use to try to address whatever problems they face. But I think it may be of some use to think about the ways in which this kind of framing may suit the Board of Commissioners in Cobb County. So at this point, I kind of want to turn it over to you and hear a little bit from you about, could you see the Cobb County Board of Commissioners serving, in some sense, as a backbone organization to address some or one of the complex challenges that are facing Cobb County today? What are some of the things that you think make the collective impact model suitable in that way? In what way could the BOC function as a backbone organization? How would that framing help?
You have a diverse intersection of interests by way of commissioners serving in distinct districts. Our staff has diverse interests in the board, but also across their agencies. So I'm looking at that internally. We have a number of external stakeholders. In fact, I'm sitting here just trying to jot down a cross-section of people that I think could help even beyond the organization.
Yep.
So I certainly think that this is possible. But I'm looking at some ways it may not fit. I'm just, a cross-section of people in light of what you share. It's just, sometimes the concern is ensuring that we have the right players at the table.
Yeah.
And that they are truly representative of the population as a whole, so there's not that imbalance.
Yeah.
I think it was shared maybe in Tyler's presentation about ensuring you have the right voices, but also you're empowering people reasonably.
Yeah.
So sometimes we've had the same players at the table who we perceive represent a cross-section, but they may not represent the full cross-section. So how do we maintain that strength because they're knowledgeable, bring in others at the same time?
That's a really good point. Yeah, I think that's one of the great challenges in doing this kind of community engaged work is you need people with expertise, but you also need to make sure that you're addressing all of the people in the room, or that you have the right people. Yeah, sure.
I was just gonna piggyback on your veterans organization. We have a lot of different veterans organizations within Cobb County.
Yeah.
We have over 60,000 veterans
Yep.
that live in Cobb County. And there's a lot of resources for them, from benefits to, housing to job fairs and things like that. So I see the county as being the backbone to pull all these together to offer to the veterans, the group of veterans. In fact, one of our organizations, United Military Care, is having a resource fair at the Cobb County Civic Center, which is a county facility, in May, 2 days in May, the 13th and 14th. And they have a complete list of vendors that will be on hand from healthcare to all kinds of benefits and resources for our veterans.
That's excellent.
But the backbone is the county because, we're providing the facility for them to use and providing a resource fair for the veterans to come and see what's available.
Thanks for bringing that up. That's really useful to hear about. Can you guys want to talk about it? Okay. So just a follow-up question on what you said, and this isn't to put you on the spot, but if you had to think through what are, maybe one or a small handful of the biggest challenges that veterans in Cobb County are facing right now, what do you think those might be?
Well, homelessness and unemployment
Right.
are probably a lot of the challenges, but also with healthcare, with PTSD and the effects of their service impacting them when they transition home. The job seeking and training. We also have services that provide that as well in the community. There's a Veterans Resource Center for Jobs and Training at Chattahoochee Tech. you know, there's a lot, we have a service center right here in Cobb.
Yeah.
In our government complex on Powder Springs, so. But I would say homelessness and unemployment are probably in healthcare, but, you know, they do have access to the VA hospitals and clinics.
Yeah.
But
So,
Just
go
to
ahead.
add on, D 214s, that's where we're seeing a big gap.
Hmm.
People aren't able to make their D 214s, so they can't get access to all the different services either.
Because they can't prove honorable discharge.
Correct. And it's certainly a gap. And then as a backbone organization, I just gonna agree.
That is the role that we play, is that convening platform, but, what we're, like, if you were to say the definition includes enabling these organizations to convene, not just in a place, but in their mission and in their impact, that's where there could be more opportunity. Like, we have, as you mentioned, a ton of veteran organizations, but there will be some that are underutilized, some that are overutilized, but because there's no mesh that connects, you know, their data sets, their reach, their capacity, that's what you get.
Right,
So
They have to turn people away and they're looking for people.
right,
And
right.
no one served.
But that's our role. I would put it on that. And then where I see another opportunity outside of improving kind of that enablement meshing is on the board side. Once we get that information from these groups, as we do that, how we filter that into a decision is where we have opportunity.
Can you tell me more how you filter that into a decision? Can you tell me more by what you mean by that?
That's where we have opportunity.
I guess what you mean by filtering that into a decision.
Meaning,
We get a lot of, you mentioned a lot of stakeholders. We have a lot of stakeholders in the community that have different perspectives. It's an incredibly diverse county. And so how that information comes to us, you know, we're looking at these things and we represent our different districts. Carolyn mentioned that earlier. We're coming with our different vantage points about what makes the most sense for our areas. And so how we're able to synthesize that and filter, which is what I mean by filtering.
Yeah.
How we're able to synthesize that data and all the opinions and cultural, civic, and so on
Yeah.
into a decision is where there's opportunity.
So how do you weigh the input of the various stakeholders in determining what the
Weight is a part of it.
But truly synthesize, right? Because you have some participants that are very technical. We have some participants that are not. And so it's not so much, well, this opinion is weighted more than this one. It's what's the synthesis
Right.
of that.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. So who are these stakeholders when it comes to veteran services? What's the short list of the most important stakeholders when it comes to veteran services in Cobb County?
Veterans.
That's got to be number one, right? Who else?
Families.
Their families. Yeah.
I didn't hear.
Who are the stakeholders
Stakeholders.
when it comes to veteran services? And
Right, I didn't hear. All I heard was.
Yeah, no, I'm telling you, so this.
So matter of fact,
You
you
could
could come closer to us. You might be very happy to get us. Come close.
I said,
Okay, I thought you answered. So, that's what I thought.
okay.
what about the VA?
Yes, definitely.
Any businesses, employers,
Definitely.
nonprofits, any ones in
Healthcare.
particular?
Healthcare providers.
Healthcare providers, right? So, is there any place or any context in which all of these different stakeholders, and I'm sure that there are more, come together to one table to try to coordinate their efforts? This may be one of the events that you were talking about, Commissioner.
And that's what I was kind of referencing. Because even beyond the place, it's also purpose, the activities.
Yeah.
Yes.
They have different civic organizations too. that cater to veterans.
So
there's a lot of support for our veterans.
Sure.
But in addition to the different, vendors that provide services or that are connected to the VA, there's a lot of businesses and foundations and groups that, we even have a senior, at our senior services, department, we have a veteran program.
Yeah.
And a women's veterans program. So, they coordinate a lot with these other groups, you know, with the American Legions and the United Military Care and different groups too.
That's great.
There is a call that occurs as well at the state level that tries to convene all of those stakeholders.
At the state level, that's very useful.
Yeah.
That's good.
And then we also have access to our Congress and senators that have Veterans Affairs services within their organizations that help with the DD 214s at the National Record Center, which because of COVID is way behind. So there are a lot of resources, but pulling them all together collectively is a challenge because there's so many, and you know it's hard to. But they do talk to each other, so like what you were saying, when someone doesn't have room or a shelter for a homeless veteran, they'll call another group that maybe can help. So.
And it really does sound like the Board of Commissioners is acting as, in some sense, a backbone organization, right? Like there is some significant degree of coordination and facilitation of the collaboration across that network that is actually done by the Board of Commissioners. I guess the utility of trying to open up this conversation in my mind is to start thinking about, and these aren't questions I think that could be answered in the next 10 minutes or so, but to what extent is there a common agenda across all of those different organizations? And of course, help veterans is the common agenda, but moving on to the next pillar, what are the metrics that we are all coalescing around? Does each different organization have its own set of metrics that they're working toward? And could those efforts be more effective if they were coordinated toward a set of shared outcomes that have been based on robust engagement with community stakeholders and analyzing all the data determined to be the best indicators of veteran health and welfare in Cobb County? And again, that's a complex conversation and one that we could do a whole day at least on talking about. But it might just be worth thinking through if the Board of Commissioners is functioning as a backbone organization. What are the activities that could help to develop that sense of common agenda, that sense of shared metrics, and the mutually reinforcing activities that move the ball down the field toward those metrics? One of the key activities, I think, one of the key pillars of getting there is effective communication. So whether you find it useful to think of the Board of Commissioners as a backbone organization within this collective impact framework or not, I think that we could probably agree that coordinating our efforts in addressing complex problems is really important. So this is more of a broad, maybe a philosophical question. I have a background in humanities, so I don't think for the philosophical question, but how do you think about the relationship between communication and coordination of activities? How are those two things related? Are they related?
Certainly related, not the same.
Not the same. Tell me more.
I mean, coordination implies at least a two-way street where communication can be very one-way. It's not required to be two-way.
I guess so. I guess when I think about communication in the collective impact framework, one of the words is open and continuous communication. So I suppose what I have in mind more when I speak about communication here is dialogue.
Okay, I'll take that. It's still different, but I'll take that.
It is different, right?
In that sense, yes, they're both two-way, and communication is more about the informed state.
Yeah.
The being, what are we, the actual capture of the situation or analysis, whereas coordination could also include something else. Coordination is the doing side of the house. It's the side where the metrics come to life.
Yeah. So, follow-up question then. How does the quality of communication impact the quality of coordination?
It's direct input. They have a mutually require relationship.
Right. And I think we have already agreed that coordination is, if you're going to address complex problems, coordination is key. Coordinating your activities or mutually reinforcing strategies to meet shared goals is really key, right? So I think one of the reasons why communication is one of the pillars of the collective impact model is that if you want to coordinate your activities, you want to engage in shared strategies, you have to have an open and a continuous communication process about what those goals are, how you're going to measure progress toward those goals, and then what the strategies are that you're going to employ to try to meet those goals. So the way that I think about the relationship between communication and coordination is that without the first one, you can't have the second. Without effective communication, coordination cannot occur. So I think I tried to answer the second question I had written up there myself. But thinking about communication in this sense as dialogue between members of the team. Thinking of the Board of Commissioners as a team that wants to coordinate its actions toward these shared goals that we do have. We want better homelessness down. Right? We definitely have enough of a shared agenda there to do some kind of coordinated action. This is a really open question. What would an ideal communication process look like for you in trying to coordinate your efforts toward that goal or any? What does good communication look like to you? Again, in the sense of dialogue, right?
I'll share it as kind of letting the cat out of the bag. It was very important to me to focus on communication for this retreat, which is why you see both of these things. And I don't know if I shared this with you in the email about the retreat, but certainly this was my heart. And that all of the scrambling and addressing matters of the year and reflecting on the year, I know me responding to that and being a doer left me wondering if the full board felt like they were accomplished in everything they wanted to do. And I felt very uncomfortable about that. And so prior to getting COVID, you may have noticed that my communications had ramped up significantly. I was texting the board all the time, emailing all the time. And that was not just happening with the board, but that was happening with the team in my office. Because I was very concerned about us not communicating, causing gaps, and definitely impacting how we coordinate, how we address issues. So your feedback is very important. I can tell you my Achilles heel is certainly being a doer, ramping up to the office, but the complexity of the time, but also just the lack of time that I have with the amount of responsibilities that I have as chair. Some of you may not know I serve on over a dozen committees and subcommittees in the county and the region. So please don't feel like you're stepping on my toes in addressing any of this. In fact, I'm actually not only asking, but begging for your feedback with respect to this, in light of my heart that I'm sharing with you, because we have so much opportunity as a board, as a transformational board, being the full first board of all women in Cobb County. And you could say by nature, women were communicators. And yet I see this as a gap. And so I like the lead up to this question, but I'm certainly seeking for very full and honest feedback about how we can make communication work as a board so that we can work well together, not just for us internally, but for the community and our stakeholders. I have some ideas around it, but here to listen.
Well, I guess, leading up to the retreat, yes, you did send an email asking us, you specified some things and then you asked us to give things back that we wanted to address. And no offense to you guys, that's not being addressed in these 2.5 days. And, we've got a list that came from Dr. McMorris of 19 things that this board needs to be addressing. Again, this is great to have these guys here doing this, but the bottom line is we are now taking another 2.5 days and you're saying you don't have time to do this. We're talking about communicating instead of sitting down in the room and talking about what we need to talk about. So that's where I think a lot of frustration is coming, especially from my end, is we all know these things need to get addressed. And the favorite word, the proverbial word, kick the can down the road. The more we don't address these critical 19 things. Now again, as a board, we learned yesterday, we need to look at those 19 things and prioritize, right? On which ones we need to address first. We're not doing that. We're not even starting the conversation to do that. So again, while it's great, this communication and coordination, we are still not taking the foundation that we know we have and beginning to address that. And the concern is we're going to stay here and we're going to have great communicators on how to do this, but when we walk out of the room, when's it going to start?
Commissioner Gamble, I absolutely value that feedback. That means a lot to me to hear that. And I can share with you a little bit more of my framing around how these sessions have started. Is that I've been serving on the Board of Commissioners for 10 years, and even how we kicked off last year, we focus on the issues, but we don't focus on how we address it as a group. And I've seen that lead to disjointedness. I've seen that lead to isolation and frustration and disconnection on our board. And I've seen that lead to us having a very poor foundation for addressing the complexity of the issues that we deal with. My thought is if we build a strong foundation about how we want to tackle tough issues, we can better tackle tough issues. And we're so used to getting the tough issues and just responding. I don't think we've taken the time to truly understand our responsiveness to each other. We are all committed public servants as a board, and our staff is committed to the work of serving us and serving our citizens. And I can assure all of us that communication is an issue, not even just among us as a board, but with ourselves. And if it's an issue amongst us and our staff, it's an issue amongst our citizens. It's extremely frustrating to me, to Commissioner Gamble, all the issues that we have to address. And again, I'll share with you my nature of being a doer. I'm very much in that practical element of the chart. I've transferred to the other side, but I realized we can do anything. And this is why I had that happy face when we had to talk about which Richard Pryor people. I'm still very much an optimist about the things that we can get done. And I believe if we just have a solid foundation as a board and recognizing the value of our leadership through our communication and coordination, it'll be so much easier for us to tackle not only the 19 issues that we have before us, but the 19 more issues that we're gonna have before us. That's where this is about. I truly value what you're saying. I hear you, I'm frustrated too.
Ask a question. This is something I think I asked the first time when we had our one-on-one. How do you want us to talk about our ideas and visions with you? So that it can be a part of the overall movement vision.
Thank you for asking. I could say that in one-on-ones that I have with each of you, they are all very different. I don't have a one-size-fits-all. I would hope that when we do speak, that you share what your concerns are, which is typically the template that board members share what their concerns are. That enables me to respond or to see when there are resources or programs available to help that I may hear about at my level as a chair. Or particularly, unfortunately with the myriad of issues that we have, so much of it's focused on this agenda book, which drives me crazy. I feel like somehow we've gotten into the nuts and bolts of how this organization runs, dominating our discussion and priorities as a board. We are not driving the policy focus of the board. It's driving me crazy. And this has been part of my consternation my first year, just dealing with that as a chair, which is why I set up this retreat like this. So I can't tell you what I necessarily want. I want to be able to connect with all of you, but I want to be able to do it in an effective manner, which is why we are here today, not just in a way that works for me, but that works for everyone. And so again, I've seen my meetings evolve with some persons here, which is a great thing. And I'm not necessarily looking for a cookie cutter approach, but I can tell you one idea that I had, and I shared it yesterday. We spend all of our meetings talking about the nuts and bolts of things, except for zoning. Zoning is more nuanced in our policy interest. But I would love to get to one of the suggestions that you had earlier on, and I've talked to the county manager just yesterday about it, is that we use our work session to talk about the policy work that we're doing. It's not just the time where staff comes to explain their agenda items. This is our time where we talk about the complex things. And we say, Commissioner Richardson, what are your thoughts around this? Where do you think we should go? Commissioner Gamble, what are your thoughts around this? Commissioner Burrell, Commissioner Sheffield, what are your values and thoughts around this? What are your ideas? What are your pain points? So we can figure out how we address it. So I love how this is actually dovetailing to David and Clara's presentation yesterday. Here's my concern, and it gets to the reality testing that Commissioner Gamble's point made. Having those policy discussions takes time. We have work sessions once a month, but we've done it twice a month with the budget. But we can have 19 issues before us, and we don't know when the next 19 are coming. But I do think the work session provides at least a monthly regular cadence for us to take back the role of the board as driving policy. And so, Again, I wanted to hear more before I shared my suggestion, and that's just one suggestion, but I think it's a way, outside of our one-on-one meetings that we have, I think it's a way that we can come together as a board in making sure we're having these discussions. So I thank you for that. You know, I remember when you first suggested, it was kind of like, whoa, we don't do that in work session, whoa. But it makes absolute sense. It truly does.
So much of what we talked about on yesterday and today, with listening, hearing, it all funnels to communication. And with communication, I think it's important to understand, you know, you have to decide on if you're going to communicate based on your style or the style of the person that you're communicating with, and how are they hearing what you have to say. Because, you know, you hear things, but then you listen for things. And we had a breakdown of that yesterday. Are you listening just to have confirmation of what you already believe? Or are you listening because you really want to dive in, you want to help move things forward? So I think that even as we communicate, we need to also look at ourselves and see how we stand in the way of our own modes of communication, both by effectively communicating to someone else and how receptive we are to what's being said to us. But in that, we may have to have some tough conversations within ourselves. How am I standing in the way of what I'm hearing? Am I listening based on the way you might have voted on an issue, the way you might not have voted on an issue? So, you know, without communication, and it's so tough because there's so much that we have to leave at the last meeting in order for us to move forward in the next meeting. So if we continue to like carry stuff over, it's going to be very difficult for us to get here. Things are just gonna have to be, you know, this happened, you know, at this meeting, that needs to be left there in order for us to effectively move forward. So for me, it's just, you know, the different styles of communication. People learn differently, people hear differently, and people communicate differently. So thanks.
And I just want to affirm your feedback and letting you know I appreciate that. And that observation is spot on. I'll share this with all of you, is providing the form or the process sometimes to me is more of an achievable goal, because I'm truly of the belief that I'm not here to change anybody. I take people as they come, I truly do. I can look at how I respond to things and I flow with it. I think, you know, I want to provide the format or the forum for how we can have these discussions. What you're getting at is the more internal piece. I receive it. It's going to be up to each of us to determine how we receive it. And I'm sharing with you my heart. I'm being open. So much of this is just a learning. It's just you learn as you go, you know. And I've certainly evolved. And I think we're all evolving, but I appreciate that. I need all of your help. You know.
And my comments is for the whole board,
Yes.
it's not directed to, okay, I just don't want you to feel like
I'm
I'm beating up on you.
No. But I receive it as being part of the board. I receive it.
Yeah, well, I think that direct communication between all of us as a team with inclusion of everyone as a board member and communicating to each other, to you, for whatever we want to accomplish, because we all have different goals and we all have different issues in our districts that are more pressing than others in other districts. But we have to talk about those issues with each other, with you as our leader, but we've got to be inclusive of the board, all the board members, to be a team and be together and collaborate together. And, you know, just walk the halls like what Sam was saying yesterday, because we are constrained with time and no more than two of us being together at the same time. And that's for everything, you know, we discuss, from budget to agenda book items. And that's why we have work session for the agenda book. But I think we need to be more proactive, not reactive, in the issues that we are facing and the accomplishments, the 19 things that Kelly was referring to. We've got to be proactive and not reactive when a crisis pops up or something, you know, goes south. So,
Yes.
and I know we have our one-on-ones every month, and I know you reach out with texts or emails on things as they come up, but we need to do that with not just you, but with each other and as a team or we're not going to accomplish anything if we're not together.
I absolutely agree. And I thank you for that. And I value that. And I value our communication. And I'll speak to two very specific things. One of them, which you talked about, which is one of my pet peeves when I was a commissioner, is when you do pick up the paper and you read something, you're like, oh, really? You go to the Capitol, you see somebody, oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, these are our goals as a board, okay? It's nice to know that. So
No surprises.
I'm trying not to do that, but I also realize, again, how important communication is, which is why I agree. I am wearing Ross out. I'm wearing my team out because of my desire to communicate, knowing how full everyone's plate is. And it's hard because I'll be honest, again, I'm a doer. Communication is a do product. You know, I always thought you do it, people see the result of it. The communication was you saw the result. And trust me, coming from engineering into the nonprofit space and then into government work, I've had to absolutely transform my mindset around that. But a lot of this to me is just a refocusing. You know, if I had to put like columns of doing, you know, communicating, being present, you know, the communication bucket for me is like growing. And so I apologize to the board in times where you might see something and we didn't talk. Because when Sharp picks up that phone and calls me and he's looking for his answer and I know he's got a 15-minute deadline to write his story, you know, I'm thinking he can call me on one matter. In my mind, I dealt with 20 matters of the day and I have yet to even poll the commissioners. And sometimes I'll say, Sharp, I can't even talk to you about it. I have not talked to the commissioners about it. Which to him, I know is frustrating because I'll see an article, it's like, man, I wish they had my perspective, but they don't have it because I didn't talk. And sometimes I want him to have my perspective because I don't want that article written without weighing in. But I know trying to get a hold of everybody takes time. And it's not just you, sometimes I got to get a hold of staff. It's a very complex thing. And so I just want you to know today, the process matters. My heart and my mind know this is very important. And, you know, I'll be honest, even with having COVID 3 weeks ago, everything that I wanted to do around communication just kind of went out the door because I'm behind and catching back up. So even the communication around the event this weekend, you know, we are still working on trying to coordinate that day. It's something that I had told Ross and Vanessa I wanted to cancel it. I didn't know how it was gonna come together. And somehow it's coming together. And so I can tell you as a commissioner, when I would see the chair do things, sometimes I felt it was personal. Now that I'm chair, I have a great sensitivity to the amount of things that the chair has to do, just the real constraint of just time. But I will do my best, and I like what you said. It's not just me, because I know you and I call, we text, we do what we have to do, but it is amongst the board. And know that if I'm here, sometimes I walk down the hall, but I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to your assistants, because I see your assistants more than I see you, just because of the nature of our work. But I certainly want to see more my doors. If you see my door closed, people that come in my office know it's hot in there. I'm like my old piano teacher, Miss Bergman. I like my door closed so I can keep I used to be rolling on the floor when I was little, like, oh my gosh, my piano teacher keeps the place so hot. And now I've turned into Miss Bergman. I should never talk about that. So if you walk into my office is a hot box, because sometimes I get cold very easily. Come in. If you can't come in because it's too hot, could meet you out call, but I do want the door, not talking about doors, but I want the door of communication to be open. It's very important to me. We don't succeed without it. We just don't. I'm sorry, that was a long-winded.
That was a much better answer to my question than I was hoping for. And frankly, I hear you loud and clear, Commissioner. I think this is the kind of important conversation that is really critical. I think the perspectives that were shared here are exactly what I was trying to get at, and relate directly with the idea of building trust. And that the only way of building trust is through communication, and that it takes time. And that listening to people about how they want to be communicated with, both explicitly and implicitly, the implicit messages that they give you, is a critical strategy in being a successful backbone organization or a successful leader within an organization. And that relates to listening to people with an eye to try to understand their perspective, or communicating directly, or to acknowledging when people have given you what their priorities are, right, and what they want to address. Again, these processes, I believe truly they take time, and I don't think that we can close the book on this conversation today. I don't think we should. I'm hoping, though, that in thinking through these things together and having an open dialogue about what the challenges are, we can develop that more functional, more effective communication style that will allow for a more effective addressing of the priorities of the board.
And if I can kind of just tap on, our exercise yesterday with the squares, I think is a perfect example. We each had to do it individually. We came up with our own answers. We then paired up, helped each other see it a little bit different. And today, Jerikai did bring a ruler. Excellent. And then, we did it a third time. And again, everybody saw it a different way. But in the end, we collectively saw how we came to the same answer. So to me, we were given the tools yesterday in that square exercise of what we needed to do. And Clara was very good at saying, look at how the energy changed. Look at the interaction. We're capable of doing that. Yes. We just need to, as I said earlier, we need to sit down, determine of those 19 that Jackie has given us, and as a board, we also learned there is a priority, how to put that forward. It's not just coming from the chair. We learned that yesterday. Any of us can put forward a priority, but then again, if at 19 goes to 20, we need to prioritize it. We need to sit down and look at it and figure it out. And I think yesterday, again, the square exercise showed that we can do it. We just need to sit down and do it. No offense to you guys, we don't need to be talking about it anymore.
Unoffended.
We need to just start doing it.
I love the energy that was in the room yesterday. It was great, and I'm hoping the work session will start. Will be a good framework for us to begin, to have that conversation at least publicly together. Because, you know, we're limited in how we can come together. And sometimes when the camera's on, we don't have this type of conversation. Or when, you know, open records requests can be pulled from emails. But I'm hoping the work session is a time that we can start to do this, and maybe we have the afternoon. I don't know what we have all planned, but you know, we can talk about other ways to facilitate this.
This might put you on the spot, so apologies if it does. And maybe I think everybody could do this, but I want to kind of perceive how you perceive us, right, as district commissioners and as individuals, because, you know, I always wish we have a really diverse team, very strong-willed, you know, very intelligent board members on this board.
Yes.
And that can be in and of itself overwhelming.
Yes.
But especially, you know, with everything going on, it can be overwhelming. So what I kind of want to know is when you think of the board, right? Like pretend this is the first board of Cobb County. Because previous boards, they existed, but they don't define necessarily how we should operate. Okay, they do, but they don't in this exercise. So how do you perceive each of us if you're kind of the point guard on the basketball team here? How do you perceive Commissioner Gamble's role with District 1, Commissioner Burrow's role with District 3, and Commissioner Sheffield's with 4 and 2?
That's a weighted question. I don't know if you're asking on a personal level. I perceive each one of you differently and know we all bring different strengths. And I know you play ball from us going to the Globetrotter event. I think you all bring some impressive strengths to the table.
What, like, and maybe I should provide clarity because I didn't know very open.
You did.
If you were to say, you know what, I could lean on that still. Like, look at just how we know with staff, we lean on their technical expertise, we lean on their best practice recommendations, we lean on their research abilities to bring new practices or emerging practices. If you were to look at your team here, what do you feel you can lean on?
We all bring different skill sets to the table. Some of them may be more apparent to some than others. I could say generally, we know Commissioner Richardson is very interested in process. You know, with Commissioner Sheffield, I'll say more issue oriented. Certainly housing is very important, but I think there's a certain fairness factor that she's looking at. I won't necessarily say procedural, but there's a certain way Commissioner Sheffield's looking for certain things to be done. You can see it just in how she approaches everything. With Commissioner Burrow, I've always considered her to be the cheerleader. She's the one that's always looking at how everyone feels, what's the impact on people. She's always connecting with people. And I think Commissioner Gamble is the evaluator. She's always looking at things from an analytical perspective. But I can also say I see different qualities of people come out at different times based on the issue as well. And I'm just provided some things very high level. And taking people for as they are, I see strengths that people bring individually. I also see issues that are more important to people. And this is segueing away a bit from this conversation, but it's also very important. In the one-on-ones, and I don't think I even have one-on-ones with everybody. We're just in February, and the way this month is, our February one-on-one is not falling until Monday. And some I may have missed in January for one reason or another. But you know, there are a lot of issues. If you were to go back to that collaborative backbone slide of the veterans issues, the veterans have like housing, employment, a number of is healthcare, so a number of different issues. I feel like we have issues like that in the county. We do have veterans as an issue, public safety, sustainability, technology, housing, equity, all of those issues. And I wanted to move from me trying to just get my team of advisors together to help me understand it, to saying, okay, how do I plug in people where that is? So, certainly with your background, Commissioner Richardson, you're interested in technology and sustainability. So I would tend to think as those issues come up, I would like to feel as if you can provide a unique input to that than anyone else. I know with Commissioner Sheffield, I know her sensitivity around the uniqueness of District 4. I'm looking for her to provide a sensitivity around that, but she's also in real estate. So there's just some things that she sees. With Commissioner Burrow, veterans, public safety, she's already shared that's number one, and you can see that it oozes from her. So, I expect to get her input with respect to that. And I know zoning is very important to Commissioner Gamble. And so processes and plans around that are very important. And so we've shied away from having, what do we call it, liaison commissioners for each department because it was becoming fiefdoms or fiefdoms for some. But I think there is a way to incorporate the interests of commissioners and how we're tackling some of these. That's what my goal was for the top of this year until with me and just with all the issues that kind of hold it. And I still think we can get there. So I do think from us, getting back to what you said from a trait, characteristic, strength perspective, there are certain values that we bring that can strengthen us as a board. I also think from a sheer passion and energy and interest perspective, there's some things that each of us bring to the board and that I would love to see someone take on with sensitivity to other board members so we don't recreate the challenges that we had in prior boards where somebody kind of owns it and then that they're not only controlling the policy narrative, but they're controlling the agencies and their funding associated with that. So long-winded answer to your question, but I would love to see us gravitate towards that. And I do see strengths with respect to that. But I will also share this that, and maybe this gets back to what Commissioner Sheffield said. I think there's just some ground rules of respect that are needed. And it's very difficult for me. I'll share again, me going from commissioner to chair. As a commissioner, I worked District 4 hard. But as a district commissioner, I really wasn't included in a lot of decisions that were being made. So when I'm running and scrambling, and even when I'm having cursory conversations with you, it's out of a sensitivity that I need these commissioners district commissioners to know what's going on, because I didn't want to be that district commissioner that never knew what was going on. And evolving to where things are today as chair, there's a different stress that requires things not to be a one-way street. Because I may drop the ball like, Commissioner, I think Vanessa in my office, I told her, oh my goodness, I gotta think about the opening. Okay, I'm gonna do the open, let me grab these commissioners. She emailed the commissioners about how we're gonna kick off the event on Saturday. And then it was Commissioner Burrow who at least responded to let me know how she felt about it. I need to know how you feel about it because you were carrying that and I didn't know how you felt about it. And I could have addressed it before. So it's not just with this, but with other policy matters. I need help. I need everyone's help, as was shared before, for us to be actively engaging and putting those concerns on the table. Sometimes staff is wonderful when they walk the halls and try to get a pulse on everything and they'll share that feedback. And I think that could be a way, because we're not always present to have these conversations. I think that's a way that we can utilize more often. I look at Bill Rollins at the back of the room just because I see you, but you know, if there are legal issues or interests, you know, he'll sometimes get a pulse of what's going on. And that may be a way in light of our busy schedules. But all this to say, you're pointing to me as chair, and yes, I may be the point guard, but it still takes the strength of a team and many coaches and people who are helping us. And it takes all of us working together because my vantage point is limited. My son plays point guard, and I want to say, Nehemiah, hustle up the court. Don't you see the guy back there every time? But I'm sitting over on the sidelines. And so, you know, the benefit of everyone's perspective is very important. We have to have a conversation. Anyway, I'm going to stop talking because I'm talking a lot more than I would like. Really, again, I've been trying to just listen to see how we get to where we actually have gotten. So maybe we're getting there, but I want to do more listening.
I certainly don't have anything else on my agenda. I think that the response to the
He's like, I'm not going behind that, no way.
I'll just be honest, the reason why I'm asking some of these questions is because these answers drive what our process is, right? So, you know, how we engage, this is kind of the heart of the doing. If we're going to translate this thing, there's the more tactical side of going with the list and prioritizing, but even how we determine what that list entails. You know, I'm asking that question, and I use lean on purpose, right? Because I know in the way I would like to think of our team, and this is me sharing now, this is not from anyone else's voice, but how I would like to think of our team is that each of the district commissioners serve as advisors to you, like in your mind that we would exist as advisors from our respective commission district. Since you're looking at the shared vision, and that's the amount of effort that we put into our districts. Or at least, again, I'm gonna stop saying that, but that's the amount of effort that I put into my district.
I love it.
Is to bring that to the forefront and say, this is the breakdown. These are the priorities. There's a reason why I go through that process, because I want it to be as distilled as possible when it gets to you all. So I'm not just randomly throwing out, you know, new thing every other month. This is what I'm going to be doing this year, and this is what to expect from this is where I stand, or this is my approach. And that is that's the expectation that I look for. And from your vantage point, right, when I think of basketball, the point guard, they should be spending more of their time looking at the court so they can call the right play based upon where their other players are positioned. Not how they can score the shot or how they can get that particular thing. It's really coordinating that team. And I know previous boards did not look at the board that way, which is why I say I don't want them to determine how we move forward based upon how they move forward. But, you know, I think that each of the district commissioners are exceptional at standing on their own and interpreting what's going on in their respective districts and being able to articulate that. And so, you know, for them to be able to articulate that vision, not just input on a specific decision, but that entire element, that's where I would like us to be as a board.
I love it. I love the sense of ownership that you bring and how you serve District 2. And I love the sense of ownership and leadership that all of our commissioners bring to their district. And they may go about it in a different methodical factor of how they pull out the interest. But I can tell you, from the conversations I have with commissioners or listening at meetings, it's very easy to glean the priorities of the district. And I do not want to be going in anybody's district and telling them what their priorities are. I don't even want to be really responding that much to constituent matters. I don't have the time to be able to look at the things that are more broad. And again, this is why I had the ARC come, because I wanted us to see where Cobb sits in this region. Like, that's what I see when I come to the table. My vantage point is different. And so however that's articulated, that's something we can do here today. That's something we can continue to do beyond today. You know, I asked in preparation for the workshop for each commissioner to share their goal. That wasn't even just for me, but that was for all of us to know the interests and priorities of each other's districts. And I remember the first retreat that we had when I joined the board. That was one of the first exercises. Every commissioner stood up and read their goals, and it's like, okay, I know what Commissioner Haas talks about this. I know that's his thing. So I'm going to have a certain sensitivity about supporting Commissioner Haas when it comes to that. That's his goal. I would like for us to be like that as a board. You know, the comp plan is very important to Commissioner Campbell. So the way that we go about this process and elevate it, we can do it with a certain sensitivity because of what she's articulated. And so, you know, being more nuts and bolts, I asked for goals, but you brought up a different word about how commissioners articulate what they desire for their districts, but just to say what their vision is for it. And I know that that's how we tend to frame the things that you're doing. Either way, I just think it's important for us to know what's important to each of us. And that helps me as I'm trying to figure out what's important to the county, to know what's important to you. That helps me feed that into all this other stuff. So thank you. And again, we appreciate your mind and how you dissect things for us to begin to put a framework around the significant work that we're doing. It's very important. We are a $1 billion organization that impacts for 800,000 residents. We have Fortune 500 companies that are here. We have businesses relocating here every day that look to us for this kind of leadership. I think
One last comment. This is the hardest part that many organizations and groups don't spend an adequate time or get right. And that's what leads to. So this is the hard part, and I would encourage everyone to put in the effort that it would take to build that type of trusted relationship.
thank you so much. Thank you. All right. Eat lunch. Let's eat. Thank you again.
Now you have something to put in your newsletter. Cover the tree.
Ryan's already got the newsletter done.
All right, we're ready to pick back up.
Heard that.
That's good news though.
All right, well, welcome everybody back from lunch. We're gonna pick up, the conversation that we were having right before lunch was really great. Matt getting that conversation going and then the dialogue that y'all are having. Really, I just want to kind of feed off of that and continue the conversation. So what I've got planned for the afternoon here is talking about barriers that we encounter in communication. Some of them very obvious, and you're probably just going to roll your eyes at the fact that we're even talking about it. But others I want you to start thinking of in more of the context of not just dialogue among this board and among this board and the county staff, but also thinking out. So I don't have to tell anybody in this room, it's a politically sensitive moment, particularly in Cobb County. Without getting into the value judgment of any of the politics of it, there are conversations that are going to happen. Whether that be new cities that may or may not come into existence, the service delivery strategy with the 6 existing cities and whoever else may be a part of that discussion 2 years down the line, we have to start thinking communication not only among this board to present a cohesive voice and a cohesive message, but also among those other stakeholders, those others that you have to interact with beyond this board. You got to take it as it comes. You know, there's only so much that can be done by the 5 of you together, but you got to be prepared to communicate with whoever's on the receiving end of that. So thinking about barriers both internal in this dialogue, but external in those conversations that are inevitably going to happen over the next 1, 2, 3+ years. So this morning we had a really good conversation, I think, not only in our discussions about the 3-dimensional matrix that I was talking about, but also Matt's discussion on collective impact on the purpose of our communication. What exactly is it that we're trying to do when we're communicating with one another? For the rest of the day, I want us to focus on the bottom 2 bullet points you see here. What do we hope to achieve as a result of our communication? And I think a lot of that came out of Matt's conversation with you right before lunch. But then also, what is the desired outcome? We had a lot of conversations about the 19 bullet points. We had conversations about tapping into each other's strengths, identifying and recognizing and appreciating what everybody on this board brings to the proverbial table, but what do we want as the outcome of that? And that's where we're going to have more of a conversation about what each of you as individuals on this board really wants to see at the end game. So I mentioned this morning, one of the things that we really need to keep in mind is this distinction between sympathy and empathy. This is something I think, we all to varying degrees see people use these terms interchangeably. They're not interchangeable. They do not mean the same thing. They're fundamentally different things. Sympathy is the idea of caring about someone else's trouble, grief, or misfortune. Empathy is understanding it. There's a distinction between the two, right? So we need to keep this in mind whenever we're having conversations, whenever we're having that open line of communication with each other, staff, community, stakeholders, residents, voters, whomever. There's that distinction between sympathy and empathy. And when we're talking about communication, it's important to have that delineation. So I mentioned that we're going to talk about challenges, and I want to go through these examples. And as we go through, I want you to think about instances where you, either in your role as commissioner, commission chair, or even as resident, member of a church, member of a civic organization, at any point, think about where you've encountered these firsthand. Because when we get through this list of different challenges, I want each of you to recount for me an instance where you've experienced one of these obstacles, one of these barriers. Because I want you to kind of digest that and think about how you might approach it differently the next time if that particular situation presents itself. So the first is physical challenges. And I think we've all encountered this over the last 2.5 years in a way that we never really anticipated we were going to have to do. There's value to being in the same room together, right? Being face-to-face, being able to have that conversation in each other's presence is a lot different than just being a face on screen. There's value in both, but the physical challenges and that distance that's there removes a lot of that connection and that emotional bond that you have in part of your conversation. The Zoom challenge also presents obstacles in that you're not necessarily in a place where you're going to be completely invested in the dialogue. I would guess, given our conversations about all of our respective dogs, we've all been on Zoom meetings or Teams meetings where the dog starts barking or where the doorbell rings from an Amazon package. When you've got all these things going on around you, it's really difficult to be invested in what's happening on that camera. So again, that physical presence brings value to the conversation, brings value to the communication that you're not necessarily going to find. Even the environment where you sit can make a difference. If you're having a conversation in your office at the county administration building versus having coffee at Starbucks, the dynamic of the conversation is going to be different. How you approach it, the mindset that you're in is going to be fundamentally different. So being very deliberate about that physical environment can have a lot of implications on what comes from that conversation, what that communication yields in terms of the results that we were talking about here. What is that outcome? Another barrier that we look at is the perceptual challenges. And I'm not going to dwell on this because we did that very well this morning and had a lot of good conversations around this idea of balancing perspectives, understanding what someone different is looking at based on their life experience, based on their professional experience, based on their life within the community, but also thinking about the situation at hand. Then I'll throw back to that small business that we proposed, and I threw that curveball at you. That small business was an adult entertainment establishment. That changes the perception. So even though the question itself was fundamentally the same, that information asymmetry changed the perception. So the perceptual challenge is real, and you encountered it firsthand when everybody's responses changed as soon as I added that sentence to that scenario. The third type of barrier we encounter are emotional challenges. And this one is very difficult, particularly when we talk about a civic-minded group like this. You're elected officials, you're making decisions that are affecting 800,000+ people on a daily basis as residents, not to count those of us that live outside the county but commute in every day. The impact is far and wide and growing by the day in Cobb County. It's difficult, and I think everybody would acknowledge this, to remove the professional expectations from you as commissioners from the emotional investment that you have in the community. Is that fair? Do we all find ourselves struggling with that?
Interesting.
Can you think of an instance where that's been the case, where you're sitting on the dais talking about an issue, whether it be a zoning variance, a business license, whatever the case may be? Can you think of an instance where you found yourself conflicted between your professional obligation, your role as commissioner, and your personal interest and your personal perspective on that?
Every single decision presents that challenge, that balance.
Can you elaborate on just kind of the narrative that's going through the inner dialogue that you were having?
The recent one with the guy with the chopping the wood. I mean, there was a heart component to that, and the service that he did to the community versus what the variance was really, or what that particular stuff was related to. And so in those instances, like, you seek for that balance. How do you weigh out what the value is of what that case brings to the table, and how do you make sure that the overall objective or the spirit of the law is still accomplished within the boundaries of that? And so, I mean, I'm just using that one because that one, everybody kind of chimed in and expressed a similar perspective.
Mm-hmm.
But every decision, I would say, it presents that challenge.
Yeah, and it comes natural. The idea of fear, mistrust, and suspicion that you see referenced there on the slide, it comes natural. It may manifest itself in different ways. We may experience it to different degrees, but it's there. It's entrenched in us. There's a natural hesitation, and that debate, that struggle that always happens between what we know to be real and true in our heads, but what we feel and what we sense in our hearts. And they're not necessarily at odds with each other, but the MOs are different. It's the head versus heart struggle that's always going to be there. The challenge is making sure that you keep that in check in your communication style, making sure that when you're having a conversation with one another, you're not letting emotion override what your professional responsibilities and what you know to be true in your head. You know, I referenced this morning that string of angry videos that you see from school board meetings with, parents that are getting up and yelling. It's that balance of heart versus head. What is that really accomplishing when anybody is showing up? And I'm sure you guys have experienced this at board meetings. When they show up and they're just yelling to the high heavens, what is it accomplishing? What are we looking at in terms of outcome? And 9 times out of 10, if not more, I think it's fair to say that there's not an outcome. Yelling and venting is fine in the right scenario and in the right position, but you've got to strike that balance in communication styles with one another, with staff, with constituents, and other government leaders. There's also a natural hesitancy to make ourselves vulnerable. I think it's that, very similar to the idea of head versus heart. It's intrinsic in all of us. we don't want to make ourselves too vulnerable because we'll be taken advantage of. There's that caution, there's that hesitation in doing it. But in order to have a conversation that's more genuine, that's more authentic, you're going to have to strike that balance. It can't be a purely transactional conversation. You've got to understand the other person's perspective. It's a one-on-one conversation. If you as a board are going to go to work with the Marietta City Council, the Kennesaw City Council in your service delivery strategy discussions a year, 2 years from now when that due date comes up, how are you speaking collectively as a body? Because if you don't have the cohesion among you, then that's going to be a vulnerability that somebody else may be able to take advantage of, right? So you've got to speak with one voice, but that takes work. You've got to make yourself vulnerable to each other. You've got to tap into the resources that you've got in terms of your professional background and expertise, areas of passion like the comp plan that Commissioner Gamble is passionate about. Make yourself vulnerable in putting it out there to make sure that you're speaking with one solid, loud, and unified voice when you're acting on behalf of the county. Another issue is cultural challenges. And this is one, for all of us that live in Metro Atlanta, I think we've seen this dynamic evolve a lot over the last 20 or 30 years. You look at the growth in Cobb County alone, 800,000. 30 years ago, I can't imagine anybody thought that that would be the case. But here we are. And that opens up a wide variety of dynamics. The demographic groups which we identify with, whether that's gender, race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, whatever it is, it's inconsequential in the grand scheme of community, but it's a part of that communication dialogue. It's one of those vulnerabilities that you recognize in yourself. Your familial relationships, whether it be your parents, your kids, grandparents, cousins, that's still a group that you're a part of. It's something that defines how you perceive the world around you. Same goes for your professional groups. The chairwoman is an engineer by trade. You have that mindset, right? Fair to say that you approach things with that engineering mindset. My background and my research is in state and local taxation. I think of everything in terms of tax dollars. That's just kind of the natural way I go. The group that I'm a part of because of the professional path that I've chosen. So I don't think about things, for instance, in terms of theater or music, because I can't relate to that. It doesn't make sense to me, and that affects my perception. So when I'm having a conversation with, on campus, the dean of the College of the Arts, it's kind of an awkward and forced conversation because I don't know what I'm talking about. That's one of those instances where I need to make myself vulnerable. I need him to understand that I know I don't know what I'm talking about. So please, get me to a point where I'm at least competent to have a conversation with you. And then participatory groups, schools. If we go to the University of Georgia, go to Georgia Tech, go to Georgia State. I prefer you come to Kennesaw State. It's a participatory group. You made the decision to be a part of that group. Same with your church, or if you're part of a political party, civic organization, or even a knitting club. It's something that you voluntarily engage in, a group that you willingly become a part of. All of these things are important. All of these things define who we are, right? Whether it's your demographics, your family, your work, your church, all of these things define who you are and give you that sense of belonging. And that belonging is great, but it comes with a degree of conformity. If you're going to be part of a knitting club, you presumably got some degree of interest in knitting. So there's that conformity in that interest. Now, you may be knitters and be at different political parties, so it doesn't define every aspect of your being, but you need to look at all of these pieces coming together and making the big picture, because ultimately that's going to drive the perceptions that we were talking about from the outset of the day. That balance of civic versus practical versus cultural. These are the types of things that define us and thus define our perceptions. And one thing I would stress there at the bottom, I was stressing the importance of distinguishing between empathy and sympathy. Empathy may not be possible. I cannot relate with any of you because I'm a man. It's just fundamental. I can't do it. Empathy is not possible in that situation. Sympathy, however, can be.
But a certain situation you can.
So yeah, absolutely. In certain situations I can. As a Georgian, I can certainly empathize because we're all Georgians. There are certain areas where empathy is possible, but we can't always expect that empathy is going to be the norm because in certain situations it's not possible. So it's one of those kind of a game time decision, if you will, I would say. You need to gauge the situation. You need to read the room that you're in, and you need to know who you're conversing with. And the more comfortable and the more confident you get with the people at the same table, so the more cohesiveness this board can bring together, the more effective you're going to be in that communication with other entities, with other organizations. So the more you can identify and relate to one another, whether through empathy or through sympathy, is going to strengthen the voice of this body. There are also language challenges. Now, the most obvious is when you think about language translations. We are all in here speaking English, which is fine and great, and you understand what I'm saying, but we know that there are instances where language barriers present legitimate challenges. Go back to the 50s, and Nikita Khrushchev was giving a speech at the Polish embassy, and the translator that was there with the Soviet premier translated one of the statements that he made as, "We will bury you." Is anybody familiar with this story? Go back to this. It's a great story. There's a great documentary on it. But basically, it was a bad translation that became a very defining moment because "we will bury you" is, I mean, that's bullying at its finest right there. It was a bad translation. It was not nearly as aggressive as it came across at the time from that translator, but it caused upheaval in the late 1950s when he said that. In a more humorous translation, everybody remember the Got Milk campaign from the 1980s, 1990s? That was translated to Spanish. However, when it was translated by the marketing company, it was translated to "Are you lactating?" So a little more humorous, but another instance where there is a legitimate language translation problem. So this may be the most obvious, the most clear, and the most direct, but there are a lot of other instances. If we think about us as Georgians in the way that we talk, if I say, "I'll have some Coke," I think everybody in this room knows what that means. If you're not from Georgia and Coke territory, that might take on a very, very different meaning. You'll get some weird looks for it, but I can say I'll have a Coke, and everybody in this room knows that I like a Coca-Cola, right? Not necessarily the case when you leave. Other Southern states, things like if I had my brothers give me some sugar, my grandmother would tell me that all the time. Go somewhere else, you may get sugar to go with your coffee, but it's all about where you are and that language that you speak, even if it's a dialect or jargon that we may have where we live. On the other hand, go up north and, everybody from Boston, they love the term wicked. I've never understood why they use that as an adjective in everything that they say, but that's their prerogative. I hear wicked, I'm thinking a Broadway play.
Right.
They say wicked just to describe anything and everything. Another one, a friend of mine from Boston uses regularly is packy run. Anybody know what that is? So it's English, and it's a run to the package store to get booze.
Oh,
So if they need somebody to go get beer, they say they're going to have them go do a package
Never
run.
heard it.
Yeah.
Hey, I bet you. He's from Boston.
So things like that, even within the same language, we need to be conscious of the words that you're using because there are these dialects, this jargon, this nomenclature that we have that varies even within the same language. And there's a video in here, I hope this works, not even gonna try and waste time, but everybody's seen Back to the Future, right? Marty goes back to 1955, he goes in and the guy at the diner asks him if he would order something. Anybody know what Marty says? "Give me a tab." Tab it didn't exist at that point, so the guy says, "If you want a tab, you gotta order something." Comes back and says, "I'll have a Pepsi free." The guy comes back and says, "If you want a Pepsi, pal, you're gonna pay for it." Tab didn't exist, Pepsi free didn't exist in 1955, so he was talking, even though the same language, a very different language. None of us are getting in a DeLorean and going back 30 years to a time that any of these things didn't exist, but it's that same idea. You've got to be conscious of what you're saying, you've got to be aware of the audience and who you're talking to. Then there's the non-language based communication altogether. These three emojis, I have no clue what any of them mean. So if you're communicating by text messages and using emojis, whatever message is here was lost on me. And then this was my favorite. I found this one just randomly on the internet. I have no clue what this conversation means. But apparently whoever these people were that were texting got the point. I have absolutely no idea. So if you're communicating by text message, which I think we all do on a fairly regular basis, fair to say, you got to be conscious of how things are coming across and what message is being delivered. What the message is for any of this, I'm this thing up here, just like shrugging my shoulders. I don't know what it means. But even if you're using words that you mean, messages may get lost in translation. So if you look at these two examples of text messages, hey, you seemed annoyed at me before, are you mad at me? No, it's fine. That could read two very different ways. Either it's like I do with my sister, the passive aggressive dismissal, leave me alone, and brush it off. Or was it a legitimate, no, it's fine. And you can't really tell without the connotation, without the inflection in your voice there. Similarly, throwing in the LOL there, all of a sudden your great aunt passing away, LOL. What? So you've got to be cognizant of how these things come across, how they may be perceived. So before you hit the send button, step back and think, all right, let somebody possibly read this in a different way. And this is two instances where it could very well be read in two different ways. And then lastly, the interpersonal challenges. And this is one where I think the internal communication of this board and the discussion that we have following this is going to be particularly important, because you do need that balance of heart versus head. You need to offer some degree of vulnerability and open yourself up for what you want to and think you can contribute to the conversation to make this body more effective in the work that you're charged to do. So things like withdrawal, removing yourself from a situation, removing yourself from conversations. That's obviously going to defeat effective communication. Doing things in ritual, so showing up just for the sake of showing up. It's not going to be effective. Now, you guys do have a legal obligation to meet. I'm not going to belittle that by any stretch of the imagination, mostly because the county attorney is in the room. But whenever you're meeting, have purpose, have a sense of direction, have end games and outcomes in mind. There's also the social challenge. If your relationship becomes too social, you lose the professional aspect of it. It's good to have friendships, it's good to have collegiality, but you've got to strike that balance. Fundamentally, the relationship of everybody in this room is professional. That's the reason you're in this room together right now. So collegiality is good, collegiality is healthy, and can result in stronger communication and stronger bonds among you. But remember, priority one in your communication is the professional responsibility. On the other side of that token, if you go into a procedural relationship, a purely transactional, box-checking, task-oriented relationship, you're not getting that heart-head balance. There's no emotional investment necessarily in what you're doing. So you've got to have that balance between heart and head in the same way that you need to have that balance between social and procedural. This is not just a transactional relationship. Everybody's here for the broader public good. That's the reason you run for office. That's the reason you go into civil service. But you've got to have that balance to make sure that the emotional desires that you have, that underlying motive and reason that you ran for public office, is balanced with the professional responsibilities that are there. So with that, as I mentioned from the outset, I'm going to ask everybody to share one instance where you encountered these challenges and be as specific as possible, kind of relive it without naming names or throwing anybody under the bus. But relive that experience and contemplate how you might have handled the situation differently. Recognizing that a challenge in the rearview mirror existed is great, but you need to think about, okay, if this happens again, how am I going to address that? So I'll give you a minute to contemplate that, and as whoever's ready to speak first, feel free to chime in. But I think it's important that we do that kind of rearview mirror reflection on what we would have done differently, knowing what we know now.
I can think of something that I'll do moving forward.
Sure.
Is change the venue of a lot of my meetings. Sometimes I'm in my office and I'm just trying to get things done, but I think there is collegiality that could be brought to the table if we're outside of the office.
Absolutely. Physical environment, yeah. Anybody?
I'll take a stab at the perceptual. I can sit here and hold my hand up and I see it on this side, yet Commissioner Richardson is seeing this side. It's different depending on which side. So again, it's saying, okay, can you just flip that so I can see your side of it?
Absolutely.
Other thoughts or examples? Okay.
One that was referenced yesterday is the conversation in one of our work sessions. And I think most of it stemmed from interpersonal, perceptual challenges as well. And really just making sure that, yeah, there are reasons why people feel as though they want certain things addressed. And they can at least help us kind of.
Absolutely. All right, let's look forward then. And I mentioned, one of the big things that happens, particularly in a county with the size and scope of Cobb, is that service delivery strategy. That got thrown back to my DCA days here. That negotiation that happens between the county and all of the cities on who's delivering what services to what areas and how they're going to be paid for, it's a big deal. It's a once a decade thing that the local governments have to undertake. And for Cobb County, it's up in 2 years from now. So these conversations are going to begin in earnest. What type of these barriers, what type of these challenges do you think may manifest themselves in that conversation? So was anybody part of the last one?
Yes, we do it every year.
Oh, the updates?
But there's updates that do happen every 10 years.
Yeah. The wholesale update is once a decade, but you can do the annual updates or anytime.
And it's gonna be a whole different picture after this legislative session.
Yeah.
Right.
If all 4 cities come to fruition, we'll have 10 instead of 6.
Yeah. So what challenges do you think may manifest themselves if that comes to pass? And how do we get ahead of them?
A lot, depending on what services they're providing and what they have to get reimbursed for, what services the county's still providing. There'll be a lot of challenges.
How might you get ahead of those challenges?
Well, we're trying to do that now. I mean, we're trying to
How so? Like, in what ways?
analyze the revenue and the cost involved in services that will be provided. We're trying to, work through that now.
The county manager also sits down with the city manager or Jessica, who like the other staff of the cities,
Mhm.
prior to us even coming together for those meetings every year to understand what the issues are.
Yeah, I mean, just in a general concern, it's looking at each of the different communication challenges and creating a strategy around them, right? So we know there'll be physical challenges, because the number of people will be, if you're 10, we're looking at a significant change there. The quality of the communication is a larger group, part of the dynamics. Perceptual challenges. I mean, we could come up with a list for each one of these areas, and we just have a strategy or, within staff, a certain part that's tackled.
Yeah. I think, perception is the perfect example to Commissioner Burrow's comment about the new cities. If any of them comes into existence, their perception as a new municipality versus the perception of Marietta or Kennesaw or Smyrna as cities 100 plus years old is going to be fundamentally different. Yeah, on the surface and on paper, they're both incorporated cities, but their perceptions are going to be vastly different. And again, to Commissioner Burrow's comment about the menu of services that they offer, what they're offering is going to be fundamentally different. If one city continues to use county police and county fire, and another new city decides that they're going to provide those services themselves, again, on paper, they're both municipalities, they both have the same legal rights and responsibilities, but they're fundamentally different perceptions because public safety is such a cornerstone of local government anywhere you go. So even if you're talking with cities, not all of the conversations are going to be the same. In fact, they're going to be inherently different.
And the thing is if we know that now.
Yep.
Then when it happens, we shouldn't be surprised about it.
Exactly, and that's what you want to do is avoid that surprise. When you get in, if you can mitigate any or all of these challenges, you'll be better off for it. Now, I don't think you can ever mitigate all of the challenges, but the more you can get ahead of it, the easier those conversations will be, and the more productive and fruitful they'll be in what's a fundamentally difficult process, no matter when you do it or how you do it.
But one area that I think we can get ahead of it now, and we face this, I know you've had a lot of annexations. Part of the 489 is the cities are supposed to communicate us, they kind of a year in advance how they see annexing and where they're going to go. We haven't had that vision laid out since I've been in office, right? Because I haven't seen it from my cities as far as, these are the plans where we're going to grow. If these 4 new cities come on board, it's going to get very potentially, you know,
That's a good.
challenging because now we're gonna be fighting between that gap of where one ends and the next one begins. So I think that is something that we could start pressing back upon the cities now of saying, okay, what is your vision? You know, under 489, you were supposed to be letting us know. But start again having those conversations, because if a city doesn't get passed, again, how are these other cities planning on growing
Right.
still? And again, that's something that then impacts our roads, our infrastructure, our stormwater. It all comes together that, you know, we can start working on it now without the 4 new ones to get that foundation. So that's.
And we are, Commissioner, I just want to chime in, that was already scheduled, and then all of a sudden, the city is getting to move through, the capital quite quickly, so we decided to just kind of put a pause on it. But you all are going to get an invitation to sit down and talk with, our staff, because they have already begun those conversations with city managers. And I think also the expectation, layered with the perceptual challenges, but what is the expectation now? What is the expectation going forward? Do the existing cities still want what they have? Or now is the expectation, did the needle move? Or will it move as a result of the possibility of 2 or 3 or 4 cities?
Yep.
Have that conversation.
Well, and then, you know, I know there's been a lot of pushback about, you know, the county and what is really gonna truly cost us, right? But if you really look at cities tend to offer more than what counties do, right? Because that's why you have a city, because they have more resources to then offer to the people, and those in unincorporated then go to the cities. We're not set up like this. The county offers just as many services as the cities. So would potentially one of the negotiation pieces be, since the cities are gonna have more resources, is to say, okay, the county is not going to do this anymore because you're the city, and this is, you know, typically why a city gets set up, is so you can offer more. We're going to expect you to take this on in X, Y, Z, or, you know, 1, 2, 3. It's just another conversation to have.
And the more you can come at it as that unified voice, the more compelling it's going to be, right?
That's good. Our meetings have typically been perfunctory around service delivery.
Oh, SAT word of the day.
Yes. And those of you who came last year, it's like sit around the table, and it's like cricket.
No annexation.
Nothing, but yet, you know things are happening, and so we have the ability to improve that beyond just the consideration of cityhood. When you have all your mayors and the commissioners in the room, you should feel synergy and energy about the power, strength, and accomplishment at the table, and then be able to have substantive conversations about the issues. And we have not used that powerful opportunity for that. And so I think with the conversations I have with the county manager, I would like to see us do that. There's another challenge there, I think maybe cultural, and this is, forgive me if I'm mischaracterizing this, but I perceive that the SDS relationship has been a gentleman's agreement. Because if we truly did this to true form, we would have had special service districts for a lot of the areas where there's overlap. But because there's been this general agreement that's our former chairman Owens talked about, we've allowed the relationship to move forward in a way that worked for us well up until this point. But now that we're talking about cities, I mean, everybody's going to be trying to make sure that they get what they can get. And we might have to look at even our current city relationship differently. But in the meanwhile, while we're working that out, we can at least make this opportunity a better opportunity for us to come together and just be real and take advantage of the moment.
Absolutely. Get yourself in the room with a strong voice, be willing to make yourself vulnerable and have a conversation that, by the sounds of it, just hasn't happened for years and years and years and years.
We haven't had it happen.
So this will force it, and then it can very easily change perceptions as well, because if the existing cities now have younger siblings, so to speak, is that gonna change the way they perceive it? I know as soon as my little sister was born, my perception of the world changed 6 ways from Sunday. Does that happen in this instance? And how do you get ahead of that perception change and they then going, wait, maybe things can change? Getting ahead of that and being prepared for that conversation rather than just assuming that that norm is going to continue.
Yeah, this, Kelly, this is the first I'm hearing of a vision for annexation a year, like every year in advance. We always get them and they're due by the next week.
No, that's part of what's supposed to be discussed in the 489 agreements, is kind of where the cities envision, how they envision growing. And from my, and I know we share Kennesaw, but I don't ever remember Kennesaw sharing, oh, we're gonna be doing X amount of condos and townhomes and
Exactly.
apartments,
That's what I'm saying. I don't-
which
that's not a
impacts
good vision.
our firefighting ability, right? Because they don't have their own firefighting services. We provide that for them. So that's where, yes, Kennesaw is doing great things, but they're also placing burdens right down to an $85 million road project that we need to do to get traffic moving in an area that they've now jammed up. And again, if the communications would have been there, as far as, okay, this is what our plans are, this is how we're planning on growing, we would then be able to plan for future fire stations, road improvements, changing roads. But it always seems to happen at the end instead of the beginning.
Same thing with the schools, though. I think there are opportunities there for us to have those kinds of conversations that you're talking about for sure. And now that we are on the cusp of changing the dynamics in Cobb, if not now, at some point, is an opportunity for us to have those conversations ahead of time. Because it does impact stormwater, roads, flooding, all of those kinds of things. We're talking about schools and residential.
Right.
It's like she runs the whole operation.
County manager.
Yeah.
And very well.
Before you sit back down, Jackie, though, I know sometimes these conversations happen with staff. So how do the commissioners get involved in these conversations? I know when I was a district commissioner, I remember I used to sometimes have meetings with the cities and bring them in, but
I can honestly say in the last couple of years, Chairwoman and Commissioners, that we have not had them because of COVID or whatever. This will be my first 489 as well as some of the other commissioners as well. So we've been talking about it internally that we need to have those conversations, but they do need to be conversations that are in person, and we haven't done that. And so, and they need to happen with that district commissioner, and we capture what we're hearing, and then we bring it back to each of you so you'll know. But a lot of times, they have not happened. A DOT finds out, just like everybody else does, that a school is about to, the school board has voted on this property to be a school, and we're going, nobody, because I asked the same thing, so nobody told you that this is gonna clog up or perhaps cause some traffic issues or infrastructure issues, stormwater, exactly.
We're still roiling.
Water may not know, so I do think there are opportunities where we need to have standing meetings with, members of our school board, members of our, our municipalities to talk about what you're saying is that vision for what you expect, how things are changing. Is it still the same? How can we help you? Those kinds of things. So what I'm saying is the impetus for having that now is probably more emergent than it ever has been as a result of what's about to take place. And I'm happy to schedule those with you, with our staff, to sit down and talk about that. But we cannot just say this is just the cities. School systems probably have more or as great of an impact on our infrastructure as anything else.
So having that knowledge base, having that information going into the discussion, and then having a unified voice among this board is going to be critically important to get to that. So very good conversation coming out of that. Are there other opportunities? Beyond the school districts and beyond the cities, are there other entities that you, as a board, might want to interact with and, further the county, but might encounter some of these challenges and these obstacles? Commissioner Reeves?
And I think in general, this might be an interesting legislative session, but certainly the state delegation.
It might be.
I feel like that ship's already
But the relationships, are very, very strong. There is a full bipartisan effort when we look at the issues that we face as a county with our state delegation. That's partly why it's been such a successful county. But I do think that there is opportunity for there to be even better conversation when it's time for those delegation meetings. And that goes kind of both ways, to really have a more concerted effort on bills that could not just be supported or opposed, but also created on behalf of strategic advantage. And that would probably be just to throw in another stakeholder that might be of interest.
So I'm gonna put you on the spot. Can you elaborate on what you think those conversations would look like to be most advantageous?
So as a board, we do pull together the legislative agenda. There is a conversation on it. But it's almost like we're still not at that vision. So to create the fruits of that vision, to say, hey, like for instance, and I'm not saying the board is here, I'm not saying the board wants this, I'm just gonna use this as an example.
Hypothetical.
Okay, all hypothetical.
Not being held to anything.
There has been mention about electric vehicles and having more support around electric vehicle in our fleet, and kind of the dialogue taking place when it comes to charging stations and how that offsets the gas tax, because you want to figure out the percentage balance there. There is an opportunity that if that is something that was a part of our vision, that we knew that there were at least corridors or areas where that was going to be an important thing, that could be a part of how we position those new bills, or how we encourage our state representatives to propose those things on the floor. That's just to use an example.
Great example, yeah.
It could even reduce our costs as a county if we were aligned.
But here's another example, and I don't remember when this one was put forward, but one of the board's legislative visions was to be communicated to if there was going to be any financial impacts to our budget. And here we go. There's going to potentially be a financial impact to our budget that they're going to do to us legislatively. I haven't been communicated. I don't know if the chair's been communicated to, but again, as a board that has to decide a budget, there's been no communication. But the question is if that's been a priority in the past, why do we have to put it as a priority every year? Why isn't it just being done?
Right.
Let me put a disclaimer before you respond. I know Jimmy sends out updates, or his assistant sends out updates every other week. And
Every Friday.
yeah, so there hasn't been the follow-up personal discussion, so I can't say that they haven't been doing that update, because I've been seeing those emails. But
They all have.
It's on the different bills, but it doesn't, I'll admit, I didn't read
That's
last
not
week's,
very
but I didn't
communication.
see what you had told me the other day in your office.
About which one is it, the $5,000 one? Yeah, I just had heard about that one myself, and well, there's another unfunded mandate where Bill, do you know which bill that was, that they were gonna give every elected official $5,000, but it was gonna be on the county.
No, I heard it, but I don't know.
I'm not exactly sure which.
So see, that's not gonna be in our update to read yet, but it's out there circulating. And again, yes, Cobb County is a big county. We are doing very well, but other counties aren't. And that will be even a bigger hit to them. So while our own delegation isn't doing this, look at the smaller counties and how that impacts them as well.
And I want to really push down on the difference between communication and coordination, right? Because what we're talking about, we're actually saying when it comes to some of our stakeholders, there is communication. When there's an annexation request, it gets sent in, we respond. Coordination is that vision part. It's that annual, this is what we're looking to do. This is what we're saying. This is what we're planning to do.
It shouldn't get to the point where you need to challenge an annexation, because you should
know what.
know that it's coming and
Correct.
not be surprised by it.
The updates, and that's kind of why I mentioned the oppose versus support, like that's nice, that's good, that is great, actually. We need to be able to say we oppose or support a particular bill that's being proposed. But there are multiple months prior to that of research and legislative aids, building things and working on language. And that conversation, that coordination is the part that has opportunity.
We're not there yet. I'll have to say, commissioners, this is the first year we hired somebody to work on our behalf at the state. And we did it in the middle of the session because there was so much going on. Remember, we just hired a federal lobbyist. This is the first board that's voting on a legislative agenda. And the accomplishment this year is that we did it at least 30 days earlier than we did it the year before when we were new. We're having conversations and we're doing things that have never been done. We are talking about things that we should and can optimize. It's just, there's a lot of grace that comes with, we are part of the shift happening right now in the county. It's kind of being imposed upon us, all these external things, but these ideas around process and communication, I'm telling you, I would show up to these meetings and hear this is what the county is doing, and the county never even talked about it. And we would have lobbyists and never talk to the lobbyists. I didn't even know who the lobbyist was, and I see them speaking on our behalf. So, I mean, I know it's so frustrating, it almost like, what is going on? But this is how we've operated. And so this gets back to, we keep saying what's not being done when we are not helping to change the process. So I think part of the growth is realizing we're not there, but we have got to put it in place or work with staff to put it in place and just know that I'm not making excuses, Jackie, but our staff is 20% down, 30% down in so many arenas. We're short, we're stretched, it's the pandemic.
I mean, that
Across the board in every area. This session has been so challenging. So much is going on down there that I mean, you could spend your whole every day of the week down there and still feel like you're missing something. The fear that I used to have when I was doing what Jimmy is doing now is that I would drop the ball or didn't know something was going on, and it is very difficult. And I appreciate the board giving us someone to can you go run check on that while I go check on this. It's very difficult, and even having someone from Denton's down there, they're not there for any of the cityhood stuff per se. Even Bill sometimes will say, "Hey, Jackie, did you know this bill was it presents an opportunity for us to have some dialogue on or whatever." Well, I didn't have a clue. So what we would ask for is again some grace from the board, but also when we say we need resources down there to help or in other areas to help, we're asking because we're struggling just to be able to do the day-to-day stuff, let alone all these other things. But again, I see them as challenges and opportunities for us to communicate. I don't think that we should do DC when we do the fly-in with the chamber just one time a year. We need to be building those relationships with not only our local delegation, but with our federal local legislators as well. To a grants writer. We're the only county that I know of our size that doesn't have a grants writer on staff that's out there beating the bushes to look for opportunities that would relieve some of the funding that we may need to do with county funds. It's a lot that we could and should be doing, but as the chairwoman said, we're going to eat this elephant one bite at a time. But the communication piece that Tyler is talking about has to take place, and it has to start here. What are your priorities? And we will listen to them, and we'll come back and do whatever you ask us to do with the resources that you give us to do it with.
And to the point of one bite at a time, I mean, these things that we're looking at and talking about, some of them we have immediate shifts, small shifts that we can make along the way that can make a big difference for us to congeal and be in the position to be more proactive. Like, I mean, I remember when you first mentioned that having lobbyists, I was like, we don't have one? Like, why don't we have one? But to have that type of infrastructure in place, and while we're in transition, like as a part of the community, we have people that do want to see that type of advantage, and so they volunteer time to be able to help while we're in transition. It's not that it's the formal process, but we're in transition. And for each of us to try to and make sure we're coordinated with those efforts to fill in those gaps. But we have to be very honest about those gaps, and we have to be willing to commit to a process. What is the flow of information? What is the flow of how do you get to the decision so that everyone on the board can say, okay, I've been heard.
How do you perceive it though, as well? Because to go back to Commissioner Gambro's analogy, this and this, a lot of times what you all may see or perceive as expenditures, in my seat, I see it as an investment.
Right, that's right.
Company class could be looked at as an expenditure. But when I don't have the best of the best managers and directors and supervisors and frontline folk who value customer service, who really want to go out of their way to expect the best, that's an investment to me. So again, that perception of how you all choose to view things collectively impacts our ability to be able to do what you expect us to be able to do. So we have to have those conversations around what kind of Cobb do we want to be, and how do we communicate that to those we serve.
Another thing I would say is just even if we have different values that we bring to the table, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a conflict on the outcome. It just means that maybe we need to, and it might just be that, hey, this is gonna have to be what we go with, but it may mean that it's not the solution we should go forward with. That there may need to be some additional input or reformatting of it, because maybe there are unaddressed aspects that would lead to other issues down the line.
I totally agree, and I think we're setting up a framework for that to happen. If we continue to debate every small opportunity or criticize everything that we're doing down here, we are missing the big things that are coming up and not spending our mental capital there. So I'm hearing, again, a lot of observation and critique about what we are not doing. And we can all put our energy to not just talk about it, but to help identify it with staff so they can at least get to that. But also know when we get into the level of detail regarding some of these things, we are not going to be able to address the big things. I'll tell you right now, cityhood, come March, everything is kind of falling off my plate to focus on that. I mean, that is a dominant issue. And if I look at the timeline, the amount of outreach, the amount of questions that we're getting, and when the vote on this occurs, there's a 6-week time window, basically to educate people before they start early voting. So we can criticize all these other things and say we need as a board to decide $10,000 on the state of the county address and debate that and let that decision last for 2 BOC cycles, when we could be focusing on they're getting ready to redraw these maps. We might lose a commissioner on the board. They're getting ready to put forward cities, and our constituents are coming up with all kinds of questions that even infer that the board is creating the cities. So that level of misinformation that's out there where I want to spend my time. So I feel like as a board, if we do have an understanding of where each other's interests are generally, we don't fight each other on the small things where we know the interests of the commissioners, because we've got these big things. And if we show we're disjointed on these small things, we'll never get to the big picture. And that's what concerns me. I keep hearing Tyler talking about a unified voice, a unified voice, a unified voice. And again, I feel like we're getting to a construct to be able to flesh out what the unified voice is. Sometimes I try to figure that out, or staff tries to figure that out. They walk the halls, talk to commissioners, me, talk on the phone. Flesh that out at meetings, but the amount of real face time we all get to talk about those things are really limited, and it takes a level of intentionality that it's easy because we had this retreat to talk about it. What's hard is when we're not here to really flesh through these things in light of all of the myriad of other things that are going on. I'm telling you, I need this board's help, not just to identify the problems. I need our help to say if these are potential solutions, you know, let's tackle this issue here. This is how we can do it. And I think somebody, I don't know if it's Commissioner Gamble, somebody say we need to prioritize the things that are going on. I really think we need to prioritize
And accomplish.
so we can accomplish this, so we can accomplish it. So tomorrow we have some priorities. The budget, I think, is a priority for us. Cityhood, redistricting, and transportation are things that are gleaned as top priorities for us to wait.
So I just want to make sure I'm being clear. When I reference the suggestion, it was supposed to be a solution. So think about cityhood, for instance. If you lean on the commissioners, it will lighten your load in that. So like,
Let's back up, Commissioner, because last year I leaned on the commissioners. I asked the board, our county staff, I said, please go with each commissioner and have a conversation with each of the persons who are starting cities. That's me leaning on the commissioners. What I don't hear back is from the commissioners telling me what their plans are, or what their interests are. I heard from, you know, our county manager, some people moved forward with that option, some didn't. I don't have a choice but to lean on commissioners. I cannot be in the ways of everything. And so again, I'm just emphasizing this is a two-way street. You know, it's one thing to be able to identify the issues, but we've got to work together about how we each go about addressing these. I don't want to hear through the grapevine about things that are going on with the withdrawing of the lines, and nobody's talking to me directly about it, because that's what's occurring. And so as much as I'm hearing you talk about process, I need for all of the board members to see that they're a part of the solution on that process too.
But the county doing a feasibility study was brought up last May. The city of Lost Mountain didn't come to light until November. I mean, I didn't know about the city of Lost Mountain until October last year. So, you know, that was kept out of my purview. I mean, I was not involved in it, and I did not know about it. They sat me down 2 weeks before the announcement and said, this is what we're going to do. So there was no way I could have the conversation with the county manager, let alone you, because again, I wasn't involved in that conversation. And that's where I don't want to be critical of what you are planning on doing for March. But essentially, I think we're focusing our energies in the wrong spots. We have no control over cityhood. We have no control over what the legislator is doing in that regards. Is it our job to get questions and then get answers and then have Ross put them on the website? You bet. That is our job. Is it our job to sit down there and fight the legislators about redistricting? Yes, we know it is potentially going to impact this board, but again, our comments have been made. It is out of our hands. So do we continue to sit here and waste time focusing on something that is out of our control? We don't have a vote. We've already had a say it's out of our hands. So do we keep focusing on something we don't have any control over? Or do we start focusing on what we do have control over to again lay that foundation to get everything going back in line? So that way, if the cities come on board, we will have a unified voice coming forward when we have to start addressing those things. I really, I think we're wasting our time when we're getting out of our lanes. And, our lane is here. Yes, all of this is going around. The consultant yesterday, Sam led off with it. He reads this newspaper and that newspaper and, but as soon as we walk into 100 Cherokee, it was supposed to be about serving the people. So yeah, all of this is going around that will impact us. But again, how are we serving the people in Cobb County?
And I think we've done a good job not really introducing it.
Right, but again, right now, I know there's some things that are very concerning to all of us on the board, right? Because it's going to impact us, whether it's, taking away constituents to be over or removing from, being in that commission district. So those are things that, we are going to have to face down the road. But does that paralyze us from addressing what needs to be done to keep Cobb County being the best county, to be attracting businesses, to be building new homes, getting our infrastructure strengthened, doing our stormwater? Do we focus on that, or do we sit there and focus on stuff that is out of our control?
But for me, as far as the city is concerned, while we may not have control over that, it is part of our responsibility as a service to the constituents that are going to be impacted by it, to provide them with some information that can possibly help them to make an informed decision. So while we don't take a position one way or the other, it is our responsibility to put information out there so they can make an educated decision on how they may be impacted by cityhood.
And I think staff has done a good job in a short period of time getting that foundation together. And then, like I said, some questions came into Aaliyah yesterday that, she didn't address, and the constituent came back. So, I addressed it, but then also sent it to Ross because it was obviously something that's not being addressed on our website. So yes, I do agree that as individual commissioners, when those questions come up and we can't answer them, go to staff, get the answers, but then get it on to Ross, so we can get it out to communication where we're driving everybody to go. Let people go find their own information.
Right, that's just,
Yes.
I'm sorry, but in one of the slides that we discussed earlier, we talked about the dynamics of meeting in person versus virtual and the coffee shop and how it changed the dynamic of the conversation. So it's very different to read your answer online versus having a conversation about it and being able to ask a follow-up question to a question that may be online, but that follow-up question might not be online.
Right, and not to leave Commissioner Burrow out, but I know three of us.
It's just that we're responding to the question, so.
Right, but I know last week.
We behave ourselves on weekends, so we're gonna call the rush.
My district isn't in the city.
Oh, okay, yeah.
No, but you're part of this, but I know three of us were out last week speaking to groups. Where we get, and I don't know if you were out speaking to a group last week, so that's why I'm not trying to leave you out. But I know three of us spoke to groups last week, and I can just kind of bet we all had the question on cityhood, and MSPLOST, and then UDC. I'm guessing those were three questions that we all faced. So again, we are the ones, and this is where, Chair, you need to be relying on us to be going out within our own districts and communicating and getting the word out and talking to our folks and then relaying back
Can I-
to you.
can I- Commissioner Burrow, please.
I just want to say that we get a lot of mandates from the state legislators that we don't know about, but we have to fund every year, every day. So that's nothing new, but the city of East Cobb was the first one to come out of the gate 2 years ago.
Yeah.
That's been around for a while.
But they didn't have their feasibility study done before East Cobb did.
It was in 2018. I think it was in 2018.
Okay.
It's been a.
It's just
Okay, well,
responses,
as far
updates.
as, yeah,
Oh,
the city of East Cobb had meetings the last 3 years, and it was introduced originally in 19. And, but in all fairness to the county and staff, their service, level of what they were gonna provide has changed 2 or 3 times. So their feasibility study, original feasibility study, which had police and fire, then they took that out and added something else, and now they're back to police and fire. So, we should have been, or could have, hopefully have been working on, a response to their feasibility study over the last year or 2. But it did change quite a bit, and, but look at the meetings we have, and I'm looking at cityhood, it kind of the same as SPLOST, okay? We can't advocate one way or the other, but we can educate. And look at all the town halls meetings we had for the 22 SPLOST, the 2016 SPLOST, and the 2011 SPLOST when I was on the board before that. So we had 24 town halls prior to the referendum, a year or 2 before the referendum, to educate people on the SPLOST, not to advocate that we're for or against, because the bottom line is it's up to the people to vote and decide what they want in the referendum. But we have to have the list prepared of the, what's on the SPLOST, that, how it's gonna be funded and what the project list is for them to vote. And we have to educate them on that. And we had 24 meetings around the county prior to the SPLOST, town halls, where they come up and look at the boards and DOT boards, parks boards, to see what was on the list and ask questions with staff and us. So we're behind the 8 ball now, and it's a little late because this is gonna be a referendum in the primary, May 24th.
Exactly. And so my plan was to share with the board, I'm going out to the community. At first I was told what we have on the website is okay. Now I'm being told, okay, you need to rely on us and respond. I didn't even know you were meeting. In fact, the day I heard about the Lost Mountain meeting, I was calling, trying to figure out what happened to the comp plan meeting that night. And then I said, oh, they canceled the comp plan meeting. There's a cityhood meeting. I wasn't aware of that. So this is where I'm saying communication's a 2-way street.
And again,
So I'm sorry.
it happened last minute. I mean, I literally found out about it.
Remember when I told you something last minute and you thought that I did something underhanded? That's reality. But I'm just saying, it's a 2-way street. I told the county manager I wanted to see if staff was available for the times I wanted to get out. And that is what I will share with you, because I think it's very important to share with the public the information that we have uncovered as far as the impact, and to also field some of these ridiculous questions like the one that we heard the other day, is that we wanted to defund the police. And that's why a city is starting. And so, getting out in front of people and addressing these matters head on is very important, because the level of misinformation continues to grow exponentially. But I'm telling you, I need your help. I can tell you the things that I think are helpful as a chair. If you're going out in the community and if you think me relying on you or hearing from you is important, just let me know.
An observation.
Because I want to make sure, I don't want to mischaracterize, I don't want to have my comment mischaracterized. When I said lean on, because obviously you did, you reached out last year, or you spoke with staff. I know I was in favor of us pursuing the extra research, but when I say lean on, I literally mean the motivations of the cities are very, very different in nature. And the stakeholders are very, very different in nature. And so, like, for instance, Lost Mountain, Commissioner Hammer was a lot of insight as to some of the rationale behind that and some of the questions that are more specific that she's heard. And so when doing the outreach, she can help create that context around that.
Of course.
And so on and so forth. That's all.
Oh, of
For instance,
course.
the strategy
Of-
around
of-
the information
That's what,
itself.
and that's why when I found out about it, I reached out to her. So I don't know if you're telling me to inform me or just.
No.
Because it's
Just
important to,
general, yeah.
of course. I've shared this with all of you multiple times. I have to lean on you. I have to. Help me.
So an observation, in the discussion of cityhood and the discussion of SPLOST from Commissioner Burrow, I think are good proxies for what seems to be, I think, a good challenge that exists, in that there's so much going on in Cobb County, and you are 5 elected officials, information asymmetry seems to present a challenge.
Yes.
We all have the same
Yes.
24 hours in a day. Cobb County just has so much going on that it's not nearly enough to get the ideal level of symmetry.
Yes.
Commissioner Gamble was talking about smaller counties, go to Tolliver County in East Georgia, they can have information symmetry because it's 1,400 people. It's a very different situation. So at what point do you determine, and it's gonna be fluid, information symmetry is always gonna be fluid. Cityhood in Cobb County is a big issue this year. That's perfectly evident in the conversation here today. Something else will be in the next legislative session, and something else after that. There's gonna be a SPLOST in a few years down the line. So there's always gonna be a new and fluid conversation about what information needs to be out there. But at what point does it become information overload? And you start losing the attention and losing the focus on what those big issues are. So information symmetry is not something that's going to be static, but very clearly, I think from the conversations, particularly around cityhood and SPLOST here today, information asymmetry is a challenge, and one that it sounds like everybody around this table recognizes. Is that fair?
Yes. I want to go back to communication.
Okay.
Using my comp plan meeting that was canceled last week at the last minute. No, I did not communicate with the chair because the chair didn't schedule the meeting. It was community development that scheduled the meeting. Community development reports to the county manager. So when I heard about the Lost Mountain meeting, I called the county manager and said, hey, we're not gonna have people coming to this meeting because they're all worried about this meeting. What can I do? So I had that conversation with the county manager because I was affecting her staff. So I guess how did I fail to communicate? Again, if we're learning about communication here, where did I go wrong? Because this was impacting Jackie and her staff. So again, I went to Jackie. Why would I need to burden you with something that is, again, outside of your lane?
Cityhood is not outside my lane. And let me just recharacterize or let me give you another term. I never said failed to communicate. What I'm saying is I'm hearing you're asking, there's a lot of ask for me to communicate out information. I'm asking for the same level of effort to be given to help share information with me. I'm not saying anybody failed, and I don't know the dynamics around that and how you got the information last minute. But I did hear today, what I did not know was that there were 3 meetings that took place last week. It's funny how people expect me to have information about things going on. That doesn't come to my attention, then I just won't know. And so all I'm just saying is I need as much help from you as you are desiring from me to give you information as you share it. And that will help us beyond, that will help us to better have the same access to information, so I can't.
Okay, I was just gonna say, with the meeting that I had, were you referring to the South Cobb Council meeting?
Yes.
Oh.
The NDJ reported on 2 meetings you guys spoke at.
It was
Yeah,
the
I
South
got to
Council.
miss the NDJ.
I think this is a good segue into kind of the wrapping up hour that we got left together.
Okay.
And in particular, the top right here, the idea of expectations. Because, obviously, there are a lot of instances where there was a communication breakdown. Communication just wasn't happening in some instances. But it's also evident, I think, from the conversation that clear expectations on what information was being shared, what information was being relayed and communicated wasn't clear. It was that information asymmetry, not so much in the content, but in what the expectations of one another are and will be moving forward. So the issue du jour is always going to change, right? This year it's cityhood, 2 years it's SDS, 4 years it's SPLOS. It's a never-ending cycle. There's always going to be a new challenge. There's always going to be a new issue at the forefront. So having that ongoing conversation about the expectations is absolutely critical. So I want us to pause here for a few minutes so everybody can take a bathroom break, stretch break, because we've been going for about an hour and a half now. So take that break. We'll reconvene in about 5 minutes at let's go 2:40. And then we'll get into that discussion of expectations, because I think this and where we are in this conversation is a good point to lay those out and establish what our expectations are of one another in communication, particularly on those most prudent issues. So about 5 minutes and we will reconvene.
And now we have. All right. If everybody would come on back, we'll pick up the conversation. Wrap up by establishing expectations for one another. We are going to finish up at 3:30 just because everyone's had so much mental energy go into this today. I want you to come back refreshed, especially since you're talking budget tomorrow. Can't have you talking budget when you're tired. But what I want to do is spend these last 45 minutes or so wrapping up by establishing expectations for one another. So right before we went to break, we were talking about two very big issues. SPLOST that Commissioner Hall brought up, and then cityhood, which has been a collective conversation. That's going to be fluid. That's going to change year to year, like I said right before we finish. But we need to establish and have a conversation about what our norms are for each other in terms of the expectations. When you look at the top right here, you see it's fundamentally a two-party undertaking, or more in the case of this board 5. Otherwise, it just becomes election. So establishing what our expectations are from one another in terms of communication, in terms of frequency, in terms of mode, in terms of timing, we need to flesh out this conversation so that nobody gets surprised or blindsided by anything. Now, an important consideration in there is what I said before, there's only 24 hours in the day. So at what point does it become information overload? At what point does it become a string of emails or a string of text messages that you're not looking at and missing it just because there's so much to digest? So it's a personal balance in that moment of inflection that you need to make. I want all of the information, but I can't digest all of the information. So if we can put out on the table, on the proverbial table here, and I've got the whiteboard ready to go, what are those expectations of one another? And I want it to be guided by this idea of a culture of information symmetry that you see in the middle here. So I've got a few key points to talk about in terms of that information symmetry and how we get at that and have the open flow of communication that everyone both wants and expects without going overboard. So I want to start with timing of communication. Like I said, you can very easily get overloaded. Who would like to throw the die and say, what is an appropriate timing for communication? Do you want daily updates from each other, weekly updates from each other? How do you gauge what's the appropriate timing to make sure that the appropriate information, the desired information, is being communicated? Commissioner Carr?
Well, currently, we do monthly one-on-ones with the chairwoman and Commissioner Richardson does hers as well. But a lot of things come up in between the month that we text or call or walk down to someone's office to discuss. So, but we never know, issues a month in advance.
Absolutely.
But we do need to keep the open communication because, we all know it takes 3 votes to get anything passed.
Absolutely.
So we walk the halls, but we're part-time technically.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're not always in the office every day, all day. A lot of us are, most days, but we have events out in the community or site visits and things that take us out of the office. But we're accessible with a phone call or a text. So I would say weekly if there's something that we need to bring up or discuss with the other commissioners. And then the other issue is no more than 2 of us can meet at a time.
Yep.
In the same room together. So, that puts some constraints on our time. And then when we meet with staff for different things, with TOT updates or, zoning or what have you, sometimes we can double up so that saves staff some time and us some time if they can address their issue or their agenda item with 2 of us in the same room.
Mm-hmm.
But, for us, we can only be 2 at a time.
Absolutely. So the idea of a weekly update. Now, let me probe that a little bit further. At what point does something elevate to the level where you can't wait the 4, 5, 6 days before the next weekly conversation? If a
a car runs over a stop sign, I don't think that necessarily needs to warrant an immediate phone call or text message in the middle of the night. But obviously, the cityhood movement, and it's been made clear, I think, in the conversations here, that when those community meetings are happening, you want to know, so those are two very extreme examples. What's the middle ground? What's that threshold where you think the immediate communication, both from the chair and to the chair, is appropriate? And of course, it's gonna be fluid.
It's as it comes up, yeah, because again,
As it happens.
I found out about the Lost Mountain meeting because I got an email that I probably wasn't meant to get.
Another conversation for another day. I
Funny things
suppose.
happen, right? So, to me, it's as needed basis.
It is fluid. I can think of instances for public safety. They have a habit of texting us whenever there's an emergency that goes on.
Or something that's gonna be in the news.
Or something that's, yes,
Yeah.
that too.
A group message.
Yeah, so, it does vary, I think.
So what's the best way, do you think, though, to gauge that? Because, obviously, the cityhood meetings were an extreme example. And on the opposite end of that spectrum, I said a stop sign that fell down. What's the best way to gauge that? Because we want to avoid a situation where somebody feels that something should have been communicated, but if we can establish that norm, that expectation, and obviously it's not going to be a firm and defined metric, but we don't want to get a situation.
Jackie can just.
I was like,
She said, don't
Chrissy works for me, so you're not getting Chrissy.
I guess the bottom line is, you guys don't need to know when I'm addressing potholes on Dallas Highway. That's not what you're worried about,
But something
So-
that impacts
But if
all
it's-
the Cobb
But if
A
it's a huge
section.
accident, like we had,
or road closure or something.
right, back in December, then yeah.
So let me put another possible situation on the table just to gauge the reaction. Say the city of Kennesaw, completely hypothetical here, say the city of Kennesaw is going to annex 150 acres.
Well, that will come from community development to the district commissioner,
It goes to
and
everybody.
everybody has to sign it. But we never know about those till they're due in a.
But if you get wind of it,
No.
Commissioner Burrow, and sorry, I'm picking on you, this is Kennesaw.
Well,
Six
I would
different
call,
reasons.
if I
But
was
if you
to
get wind of
object, if I were to go into object, since it's in my district, and let's say I was objected to it, if staff says I can object or I can object, then I'd get on the phone and start calling the other commissioners to get their support.
So an annexation is something you would reach out immediately for?
Well, something that big.
Well, see, but.
And that was just
You
hypothetical, there's no.
For me, I think it depends on the level of importance of what we're dealing with in the moment. So a great example would be the Lost Mountain. It was the very last minute, communicated with Jackie because it impacted her. But since that's like such a big issue for us to deal right now, it's like, hey, commissioners, this is last minute. Not sure if you want to hear from their perspective, but this is what's happening. You know what I mean? So, for me, it would be whatever that emerging issue is in the moment, even though we do work up to the last minute and finding stuff out. And,
The nature of government work.
yeah, it's just the nature of it.
But then there's another defining, because I haven't been notified when East Cobb or Vinings or Mapleton have had meetings. So is that something that, are you wanting to be notified when?
No, but what I'm saying is,
Well, the
no,
chair-
finish, go ahead.
Well, okay, but here's the different levels of communications. Is it to the entire board? Like when we get an annexation, the annexation goes out to the full board, but then it'll say Commissioner Sheffield, right? Because that's the way staff says, this is yours, okay, or Commissioner Burrow, this is yours. And then the rest of us know, okay, we need to then support that commissioner. So but this issue, again, I've never been communicated about any other city meetings. So when I found out about this, it never dawned on me to communicate to anybody about it because it's something that's going on in my district.
Right, and I think that's that we're trying to move away from it. I was really speaking specifically to your point in timing. and when we would want to kind of be updated on things. And I'm just using cityhood as an example because that's one of the things that we're all dealing with right now. Because we're all receiving questions regarding cityhood. So if we're hearing from different constituents, then perhaps some of that feedback may fit to what I am getting in Mableton. But, it's just, yeah, I would want to hear what's happening in Lost Mountain by way of cityhood, because it's still impacting me as a commissioner, even though it's not in my district, and the same thing for you in Mableton, because we're all impacted by it.
So would you guys like me to send you the link to the meeting last Tuesday for you to watch?
That would be.
Yes, if you have it.
So this sounds like
So
an
that
issue.
way, they have to put the link out to the meeting, so, you can go back and watch it.
In doing that also, it helps us to help you kind of figure out what's going on. Well, maybe I shouldn't have used those words, but it just kind of helps you to understand also what's happening in the area. So you're not feeling like you're in your Lost Mountain cityhood effort by yourself. We all know what's going on. We all know what the constituents are saying as it relates to Lost Mountain. So you and I can talk about it now because I've heard firsthand the same things that you're hearing. So when you're talking to me about it, it makes more sense to me because now I'm following what your constituents are saying, and the same is true with me.
So whether we end up with 1, 2, 3, or 4, there are going to be implications for this entire board, right?
Right.
So a fair assessment that needs to be an open and constant dialogue, and one where you expect to meet, find out the day of, send the text, let folks know, something like that. Is that fair?
I think
I guess I'm the only one that doesn't.
Well, yeah, and like I said before, this is gonna be a fluid conversation because the most prominent issue at hand, just the nature of public life, it's always going to change. Obviously, the conversation today is focused on cityhood and with good reason by the sounds of it from everybody in the room right now. But, revisit this conversation once we get past the legislative session, past any referenda that may happen later on this year, and we have new issues that will inevitably present themselves in the 2023 legislative session, revisit this conversation. What is the issue we need to be in constant contact about a year from now, then 2 years from now? When we're working on a SWOS list for the next vote, we need to be in constant contact because the SWOS is a countywide function. So thinking about what are the areas, what topics, what issues rise to that level where we need to be in constant and holistic communication. A pothole in, District 1, District 1, Districts 2, 3, and 4, you really don't need to know about that, right? So that can be a conversation between
We have
Commissioner
enough
Gabriel and
potholes
Cheryl.
to deal with.
Do what?
We have enough potholes.
Oh. So being in constant agreement about what are those countywide priorities, what are the board holistic priorities? And making sure that you're in that constant dialogue about those, regardless of whether you know about it a month in advance or you get that last minute email that you maybe shouldn't have gotten, but you know that there's a meeting going on. Because that's such a priority. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I thought you were
I don't
finished.
know.
But then this also flips into the comment that, you didn't know that 3 of us spoke last week at different meetings. We as commissioners get booked to go different places and do presentations all the time. In my 3 years in office, I never had to report to the chair that I was speaking for this organization or that organization, so.
And I don't want that. The conversation was around the context of cityhood.
And I think it needs to be an issue by issue, policy by policy discussion. Because there are certain things, potholes versus cityhood. As far as I can stretch on the opposite ends of the spectrum. So it needs to be a conversation where, you look at those legislative priorities. You keep an eye on what's going on at the Gold Dome and identify those areas that are common countywide interests for this entire board. Speaking to the Rotary Club, or when, Commissioner Burrell, I know she and I have been at the Town Center Community Improvement District meetings together. Does the chair need to know that you go to a CID meeting? Decidedly no.
She's invited too. They invite
No chief representative, I would love to.
We have fun, have coffee. But things like that. So coming to that point of agreement, maybe not a firm metric because every policy is going to be different, but being aware of what those legislative priorities are, the ones that rise to that level of countywide prominence, maintain a 5-member communication thread, whether that be email, text message, be in contact, be in constant contact, particularly when things come down to the last minute like that. So not necessarily, looking to the chair as a gatekeeper or asking permission or giving notice of everything you're doing, but collectively identifying those top tier, highest level priorities that are going to impact this entire board and the entire county. Is that fair?
Please. And I was sharing with one commissioner, the reality is when there are significant matters that occur, even if it's in someone's district, I'm gonna get the media phone call about it. And sometimes I may not know what the issue is. Like, for instance, there was something about gun policy or legislation and Cobb's name was utilized. I got contacted about it and I didn't know what was going on. I said, perhaps this is something that's being discussed at a commissioner level. This is not something that we put forth any information about as a county. But it's something that could have had significant implications in Cobb. And so, this has been my frustration moving from being a district commissioner to chair, is realizing that things that do happen from a countywide perspective, I get calls about. So it's even forced how it's, I don't say forced, but it's reshaped how I speak with staff. Like, I'm trying to contact Ross every day, just get a high level update what's going on in the media world, or I'll contact our department heads, on a recurring basis to see is there anything I need to know about, just so I at least know how to respond to a matter. And I just ask for the board's help in understanding that that's the role I get put in a lot of times, is to be able to understand and be able to respond to those things.
Commissioner Richardson?
What might be interesting is to know what calls you're getting, because sometimes that doesn't match up with what may or may not be happening. Because, like, I've never heard any comments on it, so when you receive a media call on it, from who? And what was the context of it?
Yes.
That's news for me.
Yes, and so some things I will respond to, and then I'll say this is something that may be determined at a commissioner level, or a staff member may be working on it. But I just ask for people to be sensitive about the situation that I may be put in with respect to that. It's something as simple as, overtime for one of our agencies, and it was like this whistleblower story and overtime about it, and the chair didn't know, and I shared with them, whenever they have overtime that's within their budget, they're not gonna bring it to my attention, but it's still not a good look for us to not know about certain things that could have that type of impact. And so now that I'm speaking with department heads more, they'll reach out to me more frequently. When certain things were going on at the Capitol, I asked Jimmy, please reach out to the commissioners, particularly around cityhood. As I was getting texts, I was forwarding them around cityhood. The same thing, I've asked if our staff hears certain things, so please share with commissioners so that they're aware, because I'm very sensitive to the fact that we are 5 representatives of this county. And it's unreasonable at times, but we're still expected to know about things that are occurring in our district or occurring across the county.
Commissioner Burke?
A lot of times we'll get emails or phone calls about an issue or not necessarily in our district. And, the assistants will forward it to the proper district commissioner if it's a DOT thing or something specific to the district. But then a lot of times we get emails just to ourselves from a constituent or a county resident that impacts the whole county. And we don't know if they've emailed everybody else or not, because it's not to all the board of commissioners on one email. They may do it individually.
One by one.
So something that is gonna, with 4 cities being proposed, got something that we all want to know about.
Absolutely.
Things like that, even though I may get, and I think I'm the only one who doesn't have any of their district in a city limit boundary of the 4 that are being proposed.
Wait.
Well,
yeah.
you say common now. You weren't.
They had encroached on mine last year, but remember it died in the legislature. So when they brought it back, it's just District 2.
Oh, no.
Now there's a map.
Kennesaw Act is
The new map, that might be you.
Anyhow,
See, you're supposed to say
Ground testing.
anyhow, but, you know, it does border somebody's district.
Absolutely.
On one end, so it's, something that we all wanna be up to date on,
Absolutely.
made aware of.
So obviously, cityhood, the elephant, proverbial elephant in the room. Are there any other prominent issues today of countywide significance that you think rise to the level of needing that immediate here and now communication? Commissioner Richardson?
Stormwater. The
Yeah, it was actually, I was
September
gonna leave it for last.
17th.
Getting into stereo over here.
Because we
The September
mentioned,
7th flooding.
there's that, but we mentioned mobility earlier on.
Oh,
In
yeah.
that dialogue and the M-SLOSS and the T-SLOSS and all the conversations around that. You know, how would we like to approach correspondence? Because we have constituents that are very concerned about different aspects of it. So
Sorry, you said mobility?
M-SLOSS and
Oh,
T-SLOSS,
okay.
both M-SLOSS and T-SLOSS.
I talked to our county manager about our next work session focusing on this. So again, kind of getting to that model of all of us weighing in, that's what my hope and desire is.
And then, yep, stormwater made it, and then I guess the last one on my little list would be the Galleria investment.
Agreed? Galleria?
There's so many, I
Well, and that was
I think
one thing I
this
was
is-
about
this
to
is
say
gonna
was
be
you need to
fluid.
be, I mean, think cognizant, you know, your phone's going on off and off and off and off and off. At what point does it become that information overload that we were talking about? Striking that balance between the information symmetry and information overload is a very fine line and one that you're never really gonna hit on perfectly. It's gonna be completely consistently in flux. So at what point does it become too much?
I think a level of grace, I think period, just grace is required. And we are doing a lot at a very unique time. But I can tell you, my texts are becoming like emails. And it is very difficult to sometimes be as responsive because people feel like they need to contact you about, you know, a lot of things that are going on. And so sometimes, you know, I know staff sends a lot of emails about things that are important. I might not get to it at the time that they want me to get to it because there's so many important emails that I'm getting in my inbox. I think for me, it would be helpful to identify at least the top 3, maybe 5 issues that we're saying are important to the whole board.
And I think, you know, like I said before, this is a conversation that needs to rehash itself 6 months from now, 12 months from now, 18 months from now. It's got to be that ongoing conversation, but consensus among the 5 members of the board as to what those issues are. Because if we're not consistent in what we're communicating, then the prioritization just is totally shot.
Well, and
So-
sure enough, these are part of the 19 that came from the county manager. So again, this is the first step that we were talking about earlier of what we start to tackle.
And the chair referenced the budget earlier, which is a big.
So you might as well put budget up there and that's fine.
I'm afraid when I do this, I'm gonna get a picture of it. I can't have that in the daily chart. That would not make my mother proud.
Then how does everyone feel about that list? It's a good starting point for sure.
Well, I gotta look at the 19 list.
They have others. Okay,
I don't
we may
know.
not come up with a determination today, but at least.
No, that's fine, as long as we're getting the conversation going, you know, there are very clearly areas where information asymmetry was a point of frustration. So the more we can be transparent and open and honest with one another about the issues that we do see as countywide, all 5-member priorities, then the more we can be transparent and constant in communication about those issues. And just seeing the way the conversation today gravitates back, particularly to the top one and the bottom one there, clearly those are priorities for everybody at this table. And if we had more time, we could go more in depth, I'm sure, on the other three. But clearly, these are the priorities that we collectively agreed upon. So whenever there's action and the meeting that's taking place on a cityhood effort anywhere in the county, everyone at this table needs to know about it as soon as the first of you knows. Whether it's a month in advance or the day of, let everybody know about that. As the T-SPLOST project list comes together, or if it is it together, what the status of it. But when there's a status update on the NSPLOST and the T-SPLOST progress, update one another because that is of significance to everybody at this table. Again, going back to the pothole in Commissioner Gamble's district, no need to let everybody know. But these are the priorities, these are the areas where that information symmetry is critical to everybody at this table. So whenever we get together to discuss cityhood a year from now, or whatever the policy issue is that we revisit at the 2023 retreat, we'll look at this. We'll make sure that the communication was there. And we'll identify gaps, because it's inevitable that there still will be gaps. Even though we're in collective agreement that these are the 5 areas where we're going to share information across all 5 members of the board, there will still be holes to fill. Not a joke about pockets. So there will be gaps to revisit there. Before we wrap up, because we're in the last home stretch here, I want to make sure that we're all in agreement on other aspects of communication. So we've got the topics and issues here that we want to focus on. Is mode of communication a challenge? So what are preferred methods of communication? I'll start with Commissioner Gamble. And how would you prefer to get information? We'll just use cityhood as the example.
Well, city as an example, since that came out last minute, probably a text would have been the quickest, shortest blast that I could have used.
Can I pause you there? For everybody else, would that be the most effective way to get that information to you?
Yes.
Text? Okay. Agreements.
But now there's a meeting coming up April 6th, so what I'll do is I'll put that in an email. So, I do know that date is coming up, so that I would put in an email, just using cityhood as an example.
Perfect example. Thank you for that. All right, so mode seems to be pretty uniform in what everybody's seeing and when they're seeing it. Is that a fair assessment? Okay. And this is going to be a challenging one to wrap up on. How do we hold each other accountable in a respectful and professional way? I mean, obviously, seeing just the evidence today and all of the board meetings that I've watched in the past, you all are consummate professionals and respectful of one another. But how do we make sure that that professionalism in that respect doesn't compromise the accountability that we hold for one another?
Copy our assistants.
Please.
For scheduling and stuff, they need to know, no?
I appreciate it. Sometimes I presume like my assistant has my inbox, so you email me, my
Yeah,
assistant's
mine
getting
too.
my email. So mine don't necessarily, and maybe I'll talk to my assistant, but I will know now to copy your assistant. Because I'm just presuming if I send it to you, Kimberly's getting that email.
Yeah, she
That may
does, she
not be
checks
the
mine.
case.
Mine gets my email, but not my text messages. So people that, hey, can we meet?
Oh, yeah, if it's text,
Text is
they
bad. And
not
like, I was the
copy.
only one that's kind of like, text is bad for me. I'm just not good at it. And because I'm usually in back to back meetings throughout the day. So I very attempted, like I'm in my meetings when I'm in my meetings for the most part. But
Yeah, not for text, I'm talking about for emails, I would copy the assistants. And they're not gonna get our text.
For the record, my email's going to be not my assistant.
Would it be
Well, they
advantageous
get
for that, for
both.
everybody to CC assistants?
I
on
mean,
emails?
yeah, you can CC mine, but I mean, if you send me an email, it comes directly to me, not my assistant.
like I have mine forwarded, so she can get to it much faster if she needs to, especially for more emergent cases or if you need to escalate something to a call. We can do that.
Yeah.
So she gets.
So-
a copy of it.
Yeah, mine gets her emails directly to her that I don't get. And I get some that she can go in and get mine too.
Right.
So CCing assist, making sure that assistants are getting the same information. That's agreeable?
Yes.
Okay, other methods of accountability that you'd like to see? do we think the assistants are the way to go? I know mine runs my life. All right. Are there any other issues that you feel need to be addressed to maintain more effective communication amongst this board? To build that comfort level and confidence level amongst them?
My preferred way of communication is a 15-minute meeting. Right, unless we're talking about a bunch of different things, because I know I've slipped longer conversations, but.
Having been in government, I want to see the budget meeting that you can do in 15 minutes.
Yeah. Not budget.
From an update standpoint or a new information standpoint, like a 15-minute.
In person or phone.
Call is fine, to catch up, it's like hearing whatever the issue is, some questions.
So when you say 15-minute call, one-on-one with members, with each member?
Can't do more than two.
Yeah.
But would that go back to the as needed or
I would say on these.
in addition to the weekly? Or what?
I would say on these issues, like if kind of hearing back from other commissioners on what's going on, or if there's any interesting dynamic or new development that becomes apparent, because in all of these issues, there are dynamics that have emerged. And that's kind of what I mean by the team.
So I think,
Not the-
Commissioner Burl, I think the weekly was the commissioners with the chair. Was that correct?
No, we have monthly with her now.
Did you want the weekly or?
Well, I thought the weekly was gonna be as needed if something came up. I don't know. What did you think? We do have
I
monthly
try to,
one-on-ones now
Mhm.
with the chairwoman,
again,
okay? But things come up
yes,
between that
Absolutely,
month-to-month
yeah.
call that may be urgent or may need discussion prior to that fourth Monday
Mhm.
when we meet.
yes, you know,
So I was saying weekly to be able to update more in between.
yes.
But also it could be on an as-needed basis, because we may go 2 weeks and not need to call.
I would love to update the board weekly. I remember when I first started, I was like, I'm sending this board this weekly update. And it just became,
So how plausible would it be for middle ground with bi-weekly?
bi-weekly might be a middle ground. Just
Split the difference between
cadence
a
of
weekly
our
update
weeks,
that becomes
you know,
overload and a
just
monthly
everything
update that's
is
not
just,
frequent enough.
oh my Lord, it's just a lot. And I realized again, especially the frustration I had with observing the lack of communication last year and going into this year. I would like for our communication to be more regular, but I also need it to be sustainable and reasonable. So I think the as needed via text as pressing immediate matters come up is important. I think on the legislative issues, I kind of look at the framework of important issues for all of us. Maybe bi-weekly could be good on that. And then there's our unique issues for each commissioner.
Absolutely.
You know, and we talk about those during our monthly meetings, but I would just encourage commissioners to reach out to me anytime if there's something you think I should know.
And then Commissioner Richardson, if I could come back to you, the 15-minute meetings, was that with fellow commissioners? Okay. Just want to make sure I get the clarifying language.
15 minutes.
And let me pose,
As needed, 15 minutes
I was thinking
weekly.
more weekly. Is there, and the only reason why weekly is because of the agenda schedule. If the agenda schedule were different, then call schedule would be different, but yeah. Just kind of go down the list.
Commissioner Gamble, Commissioner Sheffield, thoughts on?
Some things require more conversation, at that point there's a follow-up, but the 15 minutes is like to kind of just cover anything topical. Sorry.
Well, I know this is, so I have not had a one-on-one meeting since last May. Part of that has been due to scheduling. And, you know, there's gotta be a little bit of give and take on both sides. but then also returning of phone calls has not always been done. So, again, it sounds like that is happening with some commissioners, but from my perspective, I'll show you my text and I'll show you my phone record. It ain't gonna show what you guys potentially have. Right down to the monthly meetings. Commissioner Richardson has her schedule set, and I don't know about Sheffield and Burl, but I've got mine set as well. And mine hasn't changed since I've started office, yet these meetings, these one-on-ones are being asked to be scheduled when I'm not available. And, I sit there and say, well, I'm not available, and then crickets on the response. So there's never been anything finalized. There's never been the one-on-one. So again, this is all very good, and I'm hearing this, but from my perspective, I haven't had a meeting since May of last year.
So let's step back then and get to the question I asked before, that one on accountability. So phone calls, I think, are a perfect example. What would be a reasonable timeline or time frame, in which to expect a phone call back?
From,
24 hours?
40, maybe 48.
well, it depends on the urgency of the matter and who it is. I mean, I
Well,
respond.
I mean-
Board members or
Oh,
just?
yeah, among board members.
I absolutely agree with you.
I would say 24 hours and obviously less than that depending on the urgency. But just
I'd
as
say
a
that's-
general.
But it would be reasonable to expect a return call within 24 hours.
Right,
Not-
and
not-
I
not
think
for
that.
me.
Oh, okay.
Not for me.
No.
And again,
That's too
I agree
long.
with Commissioner Braun, it depends on the issue and the matter. I could say that there is a lot of baggage with Commissioner Gamble and I that have impacted everything. So it's unique what Commissioner Gamble is sharing compared to every other commissioner. Every other commissioner, we have a regular set time that we meet. There's some of us who communicate very differently or frequently than others. Some of us just for work, meetings, we may not always get with each other, but when we do get with each other, we just address the matter. There's something going on here that I think is beyond, it's beyond the scope of what would be constructive for this format. It has become problematic. It is something that plays itself out publicly. I'm doing my very best to be professional and to renew my mind every day, but it is a very serious matter.
Completely understand. I think this is a good opportunity, though, to establish board-wide norms. Mutual expectations of one another. And I think, a return phone call is a very easy way to begin that conversation. So, I think holding each other to an expectation, Madam Chair, you said 24 hours isn't necessarily the most reasonable. Is 48 reasonable?
And again,
Not too long.
it depends on what it is. Like again, sometimes Commissioner Braun will call me, we'll get back with each other, but sometimes it might be things that are not as important. When I see you, I'll talk to you about it, and I'll get the context of that based on the follow-up or an email. Like I know I may contact a commissioner, I might not get a call back. It's not something that I take personal because I just know that there's a lot going on.
Oh, absolutely.
But I know if I really need something addressed, I'll do some type of follow-up, or I'll have to go with what I can get, just because to me, things are moving very quickly. And I just take it for what it is. But again, for me, if something is very pressing, I would hope not to hear from somebody once, that they will make it very clear. Even when they leave the message, please contact me by the end of the day, or I really need to talk to you about this. So there's some, there is a reference as to when they need to get a response.
I would ditto on that one. That's something I will do. The call does come in and I see one of those names somewhere and I can't get to that call. If the message is there, the message is transcribed so I can see it and at least know if I can, hey guys, apologies, or I need to step away or have an emergency, and I'll deal with it, give a call back if it's concerning. Ditto on leave a message, please.
Others, Commissioner Sheffield, Commissioner Burke?
Well, again, the urgency, or if it can wait, that could be left in the message. And give us a time frame if we are away or can't get to it at that moment. But, I mean, I think we're all pretty responsive.
So let me propose this, rather than having a fixed turnaround time for every situation, would it be reasonable to ask of your fellow board members to give a timeline in the message, in the voicemail, or in the text message?
Yeah.
Respond to me
Like as soon as
ASAP,
possible
or
means
please
as
get
soon
to
as
me by the end of the week, please get to me before the
Or
next
this
commission
is
meeting.
urgent, or whatever.
So is that a reasonable expectation?
And it's interesting how much time you're taking to come to this level of detail, but it's so important. Because when we have these gaps, there's information that's inferred about why something is taking so long. And really, if we can help to shape why or how we need that communication, it could go a long way. So I appreciate you walking us through this. I almost feel like you may have another call in life in marital classes, to me and my husband, how we can communicate. But just, men and women communicate differently, but just understanding the nuances of this will help us a lot.
And does everyone find this to be agreeable, something that you can commit to? When you leave a voicemail, when you send a text message, give an explicit response time? Okay. Sounds great. Well, we are right up at the 3:30 hour, and I want to make sure everyone gets a full night's sleep before launching into that issue tomorrow. So thank you very much for having us today. It was a thrill to be here. Please know that Kennesaw State and the Burris Institute, we are here as a resource for the county in any way, shape, or form. So please call on us whenever we can be of use to the county, to you and your work, to any groups within your communities and your respective districts. We are here for you. So thanks so much for having us. Everybody have a wonderful rest of the day. Hope the rest of the retreat goes well, and look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll leave this to y'all.
Tyler, will you send me your slide deck?
Yes, absolutely.
Great job.
For us, I think I went to. I won't.
Yeah, I think Just a reminder, everybody, we'll do 8:30 in the morning. Just
Oh,
make
thank
sure
you.
that you all know it's 8:30 in the morning, 8:30 to noon, or however long you want to listen to us.
Thank you.
Are we officially adjourned?
We are officially adjourned.
Second.
Second.
Right, so.
Other questions?